Call the City of Lloydminster regular council meeting of Monday, May 25th, 2020 to order. At this time, we will take a silent moment of personal reflection. As a reminder, all members of council are obligated to declare a conflict of interest or a pecuniary interest as per section 133 of the Lloydminster Charter regarding any item on this agenda. None being noted. Oh, Councillor Thorson.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I need to declare on item 7.5.3. As the item relates to my employer.
All right. Okay. Anyone else or anything else? Not seeing any. I'll move on to item number 2, which is the addition or deletions to the agenda. Not seeing any noted. I will move to item number 3 for approval of the agenda. I'll look to council for direction. Councillor Buckingham.
I move that the agenda dated May 25th, 2020 be approved.
Thank you. Seconder. Councillor Monroe. Is there any discussion on the motion before us? Not seeing any. I'll call for the question. All in favor?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Opposed? Carried. Moving on to item number 4 from the agenda is the approval of the previous meeting minutes. I'll look for direction from council. Councillor Buckingham.
Move that the regular council minutes dated May 11th, 2020 be approved.
Thank you. Seconder. Councillor Fagnan. Thank you very much. Is there any questions arising from the motion on the floor? Not seeing any. I'll call for the question. All in favor?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Opposed? Carried. Moving on to item number 5. Any business arising from those minutes? Not seeing any. Item 6 is the public hearings that are scheduled for 2 p.m. today. So I'll return to item number 6 as we approach the 2 o'clock hour. Moving on to item 7, new business, and 7.1, city manager's office. So I'll look to the city manager.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. For item 7.1.1, policy number 630-01, the land sales policy, I'll ask Dan Hobson to present.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council.
Good afternoon, Dan.
So today I'm here to present you with the land sales policy. Just a note on the agenda package. So the first attachment is the current land sales policy and procedure, and the second document marked with the draft watermark is what I'm presenting today, and that would be the new land sales policy. So as part of our governance documents review policy, the land sales policy was up for scheduled review. In conducting that review, administration felt there was a lot of opportunity to remove some of the procedure from the policy and allow administration to move at the speed of business when conducting land sales, and providing ourselves with just some more flexibility. As everyone is aware, the market for land sales has changed and we are no longer conducting large-scale lot draws. So some of the high-level changes in the policy is it does provide administration with a means to negotiate up to a set level of profit, as well as it still includes all the methods of land sales that we are currently allowed to do, including lot draws. So moving forward, administration with this policy, if approved, administration would be taking the current policy and procedures, amending them slightly and bringing them forward as the procedure to go along with this policy. The new land sales policy also provides direction on what reserve accounts to allocate land sales revenues, as that's currently not in the land sales policy. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions or comments from City Council? Councillor Diachuk.
All right, here we go. Thanks, Worship. Just a quick question, I guess. When we look at it, it says that we will have the 5.1 independent accredited appraisal shall be obtained by the land manager. So do we use one individual, two different companies, or how do we go through that selection process?
For hiring appraisals, we do have, we utilize multiple means. Is we do use our in-house appraisal team for a second opinion, but we generally will look for our 3 quotes and follow our procurement process when selecting an appraiser for our land sales.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Baker.
A minute, sir.
Oh, we lost you, Councillor Baker. Just hang on a second. Oh,
I'm just having some difficulty unmuting him, Your Worship, here. Just a
Rob,
second.
just bear. There you are, Councillor Baker. Try it there.
Thank you. When we're developing commercial land or pardon me, industrial land, we don't usually develop commercial land. Commercial properties, we've got a certain cost to develop that land. Fixed costs, the cost of the land, sewer and water, all of the related utilities that have to be installed, etc. So you come up with a cost on new land, and then you have to have a margin to replace the land that you're going to get rid of when you sell it. And you don't know necessarily what that land is going to be worth when you have to replace it, the raw land. So at the end of the day, if we have a set margin within our system, why do we have to do appraisals every time to sell an industrial lot or a residential lot? Just a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. Hoping moving forward, we don't have to, but currently in the state that we are now, with just the fluctuation and the speed at which everything's changed to date, it's just been good to have that second opinion. I would hope in time Land Division would just be able to set the prices, coming to council, of course, just through their own knowledge. But to date, we have these projects that have been developed multiple years ago, so the cost is already weighed into those factors, and things have changed drastically in the market, and they're still changing every day. So it's really just giving us a second opinion and making sure we're being competitive in the market.
Okay, that's fair enough. It's just that your cost is your cost, and an appraisal is just your best guess. It's that simple. It's your best guess. You can use 3 different appraisers and get 3 different values, and we all know that. And it's no reflection on them. It's just an educated guess, I would suggest, and that's why I was asking the question, because are we spending money we don't have to? Just a question, but you answered it very well. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Torreson. There you are.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I just had a question around 7.1.5, the authorization by council for administration to conduct land sale or land swap. I'm just curious about, exactly making sure I interpret it right, that I understand exactly what we're saying is that in a scenario where that happens, council would provide a resolution at the time where a negotiation began? Or is it just a blanket that the negotiations can happen, but it will have to have council resolution to complete the swap? I'm just not really sure I'm fully understanding. So if maybe you could just walk through what a situation would look like so I understand what that one's telling me.
Thank you, Councillor. From where I sit today, it would be on the approval side of things. So administration would have likely conducted all the negotiation behind the deal and made a business case for that land swap, and then that would come forward through GPC and through council as an option for council to approve or deny ultimately. Certainly
Right.
something we can look at changing if you want to move authorization before the legwork is done, if you will.
No, well, I think it makes sense to an extent, but then, part of that falls into our FOIP stuff too, where that's an item that can be discussed in camera and should be discussed in camera as well. So I'm just making sure I understand the process that's describing. The other thing I was thinking is that essentially what this item does, which to me makes some sense, is it kind of says in a way that even things that aren't necessarily posted as for sale, someone may make an offer on it and they're allowed to do that, and you can negotiate with them in a sole source way. That's what it's saying. So the city may have something that's not necessarily posted as a certain way that it's for sale, maybe a block of land, maybe it's some other old building facility, whatever the case is. That essentially says, yeah, we'll deal with sole source if someone makes an offer on anything, and that'll give us the ability to negotiate. So in a way, when everything is for sale, then you're not really, everyone, I guess, is on a level playing field in terms of going out and seeking those things. So you wouldn't say, whoa, someone made us an offer on this thing and it's really good, but we should probably post it publicly to make sure we're getting the best price. Do you know what I mean? Or am I offline?
No, I think you are correct, and it's a case by case kind of scenario. We maybe the best example is we get offers all the time for old road right of ways or something to that effect, where there's people looking to purchase those, and that's just not something we're willing to entertain. So it's, for the most part,
you wouldn't post it for sale so that it's available for a public kind of bid, but it may be something that based on someone's needs, they want to purchase from you, and that gives them the ability to make you an offer and start negotiating without having to go through the public kind of bid and tendering process for something like that. And that was what I was thinking of, was a great example, is just a little bit of roadway that makes more sense for a business to have access to than for the city to have ownership of, because they want to do something with it. So thanks, that makes sense to me that it's worded that way.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. I'll look for direction from council on policy number 630-01, land sales policy. Councillor Diachuk.
I move that, I'm good. Move that council approve policy number 630-01, land sales policy.
Thank you. I will look for a seconder of that motion. Councillor de Buckingham, thank you very much. Any questions? A final question before I call for the vote on this item? Not seeing any. All in favor, please raise your hand.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Opposed, carried. Councillor Diachuk, there's a portion two to that. Thank you.
I'll move that council repeal policy number PD-0689-26100-32, land sales policy and procedures.
Thank you. A seconder, Councillor Buckingham. Thank you very much. Any question on the motion before us? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. All in favor, please raise your hand.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Opposed, carried. Thank you, Dan, for that report.
Thank you, Your
Moving on
Worship.
to 7.2 is to the office of the city clerk, city manager.
Thank you, Worship. For item 7.2.1, policy number 120-04, the appointments policy, I'll ask Chelsea Legacy to present.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council.
Good afternoon, Chelsea.
I'm here to present the appointments policy. Our recommendation today is that council approve policy number 120-04, the appointments policy, and repeal policy 1983-06-20, the appointments to boards and committees policy. Just one moment here, I just lost my screen. My apologies.
Not a problem. They do tend to run away on us once in a while.
There we go. The issue today is that the city's current appointments policy is outdated. The updated policy will provide a clear and transparent process for all appointments done by resolution of council. The city's policy for appointments to boards and committees is outdated and requires extensive updates to provide clear and transparent processes for appointments to council and administration, ensuring impartiality and accountability for those who serve. The policy outlines what categories council may establish committees, all requirements for appointments of members of council and administration, requirements for appointments to be done by resolution of council, and things that may be considered by council when making these appointments. This policy is to ensure that legislative requirements are met and the potential for conflicts of interest or pecuniary interests are avoided. Our options today are that council approve both motions as indicated in the recommendation above, or that council request changes to the policy and that the item come forward to a future regular council meeting for decision. This item is in alignment with open and responsive government. The appointments policy ensures a fair and transparent process for all appointments. Our legal review has been completed and no concerns were identified. Governance implications: this policy would repeal our old outdated appointments policy. And I'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Chelsea. Questions or comments? No, appreciate you bringing this forward, Chelsea, because it has been some time since this was updated. And certainly the council has dealt with a number of appointments and look forward to legislative services bringing some new direction to help move this forward. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Anyone has any questions or comments? Councillor Thorson?
No, I know it was said at GPC, but I really do appreciate this policy in general. I think it gets us on track as to the boards and committees and where our efforts need to be pointed as a council, and kind of put some parameters around those things. So really it's just a comment of, I really appreciate that it's come forward, and I think gives good direction as to where we're going with all these different boards and committees and everything.
Thank you, Councillor Thorson.
There's no further questions. I'll look for direction from council on 7.2.1, policy number 120-04, the appointments policy. Councillor Fagnan.
I move that council approve policy number 120-04, appointments policy.
Thank you. A seconder? Councillor Monroe, thank you very much. Any further discussion on the motion before us? Not seeing any, I'll call for the question. All in favor?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Opposed? Carried. Councillor Fagnan, would you care to carry on with the second one, please?
Yes, I move that council repeal policy number 1983-06-20, the appointments to boards and committees policy.
Thank you. I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Thorson, thank you very much. Any further discussion on the motion before us? Not seeing any, I'll call for the question. All in favor, please raise your hand.
Thank you.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, Chelsea. Moving on to 7.2.2, look to the city manager.
Thank you, Your Worship. For 7.2.2 amendment to the 2020 meeting schedule, I'll ask the city clerk, Doug Rodwell, to present.
Thank you, Your Worship and council. And the recommendation is that council approve the rescheduling of the June 9th, 2020 regular council meeting to June 8th, 2020. The issue is to provide council with a proposed change to a meeting schedule to change the date of the regular council meeting. Administration developed a 2020 meeting schedule around key dates such as election and conferences. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities Conference was scheduled for June 4th to the 8th, but now has been canceled due to the COVID-19 pandemic. With the cancellation of the conference, administration is proposing that the June 9th regular council meeting be moved to the Monday, June 8th, 2020 to remain consistent with meetings held on Mondays at 1:30 p.m. The options are the council approve the rescheduling of the June 9th council meeting to June 8th, or the council not approve the rescheduling of the meeting. This item is in alignment with the following strategic areas: open and responsive government, amending the meeting schedule of council by resolution at a public meeting provides the public with more notice of a meeting schedule change. Governance implication is bylaw 14-2017 procedure bylaw indicates that council may decide to hold a regular scheduled meeting on a specific date and time. And back to you, your worship.
Thank you, City Clerk. Any questions or comments? As the City Clerk alluded to, due to the cancellation of the FCM conference that Councillor Buckingham and I were scheduled to attend, we won't be out of town now on Monday, the June 8th, and in discussions with administration, this will help keep our schedule for people that know that we usually meet on Monday afternoons. This keeps in alignment, and I think it just brings it back in. And the reason was it was changed was originally in the calendar last November when we approved the meeting schedule early December. Things were not what they are today, as we all know. So thank you, City Clerk, for bringing that forward. Any other comments or discussion? Not seeing any, I'll look for council's direction on the amendment to the 2020 meeting schedule. Councillor Monroe.
That council approve the rescheduling of the June 9th, 2020 regular council meeting to June 8th, 2020.
Thank you. Seconder. Councillor Diachuk. Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion to be voted on? Not seeing any, I'll ask the question. All in favor, please raise your hand.
Thank you, your worship.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to 7.3, Chief Financial Officer. I'll look to the City Manager, and to 7.3.1.
Thank you, worship. For 7.3.1 data center refresh and enterprise backup software contract award, I'll ask Paul from IT to present.
Good afternoon, your worship and council.
Good afternoon, Paul.
This is the subject matter is the Data Center Refresh and Enterprise Backup Software Contract Award. The recommendation is that council award the contract for the Data Center Refresh and Enterprise Backup Software projects to Powerline Computers Limited in the amount of $243,551 excluding GST to be allocated from capital project number 20132222 and project number 20132223, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal all necessary documents. In addition, that council approve a contingency allowance of 15% in the amount of $36,532 excluding GST to be allocated from those same capital projects. The issue is the server and storage infrastructure has reached the end of the useful life and the backup software is not meeting our requirements. These items are critical for replacement to maintain a stable and reliable computing environment for the City of Lloydminster. Background, the server and storage infrastructure that runs the city's municipal and financial applications, a range of them are from utility billing, property taxes, accounts payable, accounts receivable, payroll, traffic cameras, etc., has reached the end of its useful life. The useful life of servers is 3 years in production and storage devices are 5 to 6 years. Current servers in production were installed in 2017 and the storage devices were installed in 2012 and 2014. The replacement of servers and storage infrastructure aligns with backup and recovery, and therefore we have combined these products into one RFP. That RFP was issued on February 27th, 2020, with a closing date of March 23rd. The city received 5 proposals, one of which did not meet the mandatory requirements. The evaluation criteria table is listed below, and evaluations were completed by staff from the Information Technology Department. An initial review of the submissions were completed to shortlist the top 3 vendors, and then subsequent interviews were conducted to review the proposals in depth and then complete the final evaluations. So the evaluation criteria, the financial summary weighting was 60%, and that's just purely a calculation. Items 2 to 5 are the technical evaluation. And within those, we had the range of between 2 and 5 subcategories. So there were subcategories in each of those items 2 to 5. As a result of the evaluation process, Powerline Computers Limited has the highest score, and their proposed solution of equipment, software, and professional services are considered to be the best overall solution to fulfill the requirements outlined in the RFP. So you can see the table listed, the 4 vendors, their prices, the total score. I just want to give a bit more of information that this is not just a supply of computer equipment, such as an order of laptops. It's a lot more complex, and each of the solutions proposed by these vendors, they have different technical features and functionality. There's different options for data replication. The backup software was different, and the technical features of how the backup software runs was different. And so it's those items that are combined that make up the difference in the pricing and the difference in the technical evaluations. So the high-level timelines of the project are to order the equipment and software by June 19th, and then complete the installation and migration by August 31st, 2020. The options are: option 1, the recommended option is to award the contract to Powerline Computers Limited. Option 2 is to not award it, and option 3 is to request that more information be brought back at a future regular council meeting. This item is in alignment with the following strategic area: open and responsive government. The replacement of the infrastructure and backup software will ensure the City of Lloydminster has a stable and reliable computing environment, along with an improved reliability for business recovery and continuity. The budget implications: 2020 capital budget included $300,000 for data center refresh and $50,000 for enterprise backup software. So now I'll pass it back to you, Your Worship, for any questions.
Thank you very much, Paul. Any questions or comments for Paul? So Paul, I appreciate you bringing that forward, that it's not just simply a hardware purchase, that there is additional pieces, and that as the score outlined, you gave the second cheapest option the highest score, even though the cheapest option didn't quite score as high, but I take it that you can explain that a little bit more.
Yes, that's like I said, this is different than, so when we do our annual laptop refresh, those are just, purely the supply of laptops. And so for a straight supply order, we always recommend going with the cheapest one. In this case, like I had mentioned, in each of the categories, each of the subcategories, items 2 to 5, the system architecture and design, implementation and migration methodology, etc. There were between 2 to 5 subcategories, and as we went through evaluating each of these, there are differences in the Powerline computers in terms of how the backup software integrates with the storage device, and the features and functionality that it will allow us to do in terms of daily ongoing administration. There are advantages and that type of stuff. So that's all of the things that we considered when looking at these solutions, in addition to the price.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Councillor Thorson.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is just a general question for Paul. And I've been one in my time on council pushing purchasing policies and specific percentages and things like that. And when it's straight purchase of goods, I've always felt very strongly the financial has to be a very high number. I'm just curious, how did you find this process working within these criterias when, not all goods are created equal in this scenario as far as the financial part of it, because you had a lot more of an open book as to the design. So it's as much a service as it is a product itself, and not all is equal between all of them. It's not the same as if you say, I need 25 Dell laptops that have this capability. You're saying, I need you to design and implement a system that's big enough to work for us. So I'm just curious on, the way we have our purchasing policy design right now, when there's quite a bit of element that's quite a bit of an element where it is a portion service and a portion goods. Did you guys have a tough time using what we have right now?
Thanks, Councillor Thorson. No, going through the process, I think it worked well. Having the financial summary at 60%, because the vast majority of this is, it's a supply of goods. Each of the vendors' proposals are, how the hardware works. As I mentioned, there are differences, but still the majority of it is a supply of goods. The professional services piece is kind of quite small of this. And so having that other 40%, our system architecture and design, being able to evaluate the vendor on the corporate profile, the additional value adds, that left us some still, I feel, enough flexibility to pick the solution that was best for the city of Lloydminster.
Okay. Well, fair enough. If you're happy with it, I'm happy with it then. And that's kind of what I hope to hear, is that it works for, this type of thing as well. And in your case worked. Overall, just on the project, my thoughts on it are, in a lot of other organizations, businesses, servers can last longer than the 3 years in terms of their production life, and used in service, that I've heard. I'm not an expert on the subject by any means. But I understand and can appreciate that the city's standards would be different based on all of the different things that are running on those servers. So when you've got traffic lights and things like that, when you've got things that could be connected to distribution of water, those are things that are so critical to our city that I can't imagine us dropping the ball on that and having servers go down and having scenarios where we can't deliver those pretty key services. And really, it would be just a matter of time before there's total chaos if you don't have those things working properly. So definitely supportive of continuing down this path of, being fairly aggressive on the replacement of these things and making sure that we have good redundancy within our system so that there's always something working, and replacing these on a regular basis to make sure that we don't run into any catastrophic events.
Right. Thanks, Councillor Thorson. So one thing I'll point out here, when I say the useful life of 3 years, that's in production. So what we're doing here, and we'll do so continuing going forward, is for the servers at the operations center or our backup center, we're going to redeploy 2 existing servers that are 3 years old. From City Hall, from production. We're going to move them to the Ops Center, to our backup, and then purchase 3 new ones. And then we'll actually use our servers for 6 years, just 3 years in production, and then we'll continue that cycle of 3 years from now. We'll replace the 3 servers in production, and then move them to the Ops Center. So essentially, we're getting,
they go from production to storage devices, and you keep that cycle going, right?
That's right. Yep, to backup devices. So in the event of some type of disaster or loss of functionality at City Hall, the operations center or the backup would become our production, right?
Right.
Paul and Councillor, any further discussion? Councillor Diachuk.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. Paul, just a quick question. Where would Powerland Powerline Computers be based out of?
I believe their head office is in Winnipeg. They do have offices or staff in Calgary, Regina, Edmonton, I think Edmonton. They do have a large presence in Western Canada. Part of the RFP as well, the requirements for all of these were to provide services to Canadian municipalities, preferably in Western Canada. They needed to provide references, similar projects, all of that type of stuff. And we contacted the references that Powerline provided and had in-depth discussions with them as well.
Thank you.
Any further discussion or questions? Not seeing any, I will look for direction from council on 7.3.1, data center refresh and enterprise backup software. Councillor Fagnan.
I move that council award the contract for the data center refresh and enterprise backup software projects to Powerline Computers Limited in the amount of $243,551, excluding GST, to be allocated from the 2020 capital project number 2013222 and project number 2013223, and that the mayor and city clerk are authorized to sign and seal all necessary documents. In addition, that council approved the contingency allowance of 15% in the amount of $36,532, excluding GST, to be allocated from the 2020 capital project number 2013222 and project number 2013223.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconder to that motion, Councillor Thorson. Thank you very much. Is there any further questions to the motion that's on the floor currently? Not seeing any, I'll call for the question. All in favor?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council.
We have reached the 2 o'clock hour, just after the 2 o'clock hour. So I would like to move back to agenda item number 6. Chief Financial Officer, sorry, we'll have to put you on hold for a little while, but we'll be returning to the public hearing scheduled for 2 o'clock. And if you just bear with me, ladies and gentlemen, the council, we're going to go through something that is a first time for us. So please bear with us as we work through this. The city clerk and I will be starting the process, and then we'll be engaging some public, I believe, in through this process. We have 4 public hearings to deal with. So at this time, bylaw number 11-20-20, proposed land use bylaw amendment, public hearing for May 25th, 2020. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge that we're using a video format for the public hearing today. Those addressing the hearing will have the same opportunity to speak as if we were holding an in-person meeting. Should a person who is presenting via video have a technical malfunction, administration will attempt to reconnect them either virtually or by phone. If that is not possible, they have provided a written submission as well. The city clerk will read that submission into the record. During a public hearing, we ask that you respect the views of everyone here and allow each person their time to speak without interruption. Each person wishing to speak has up to 5 minutes to make a presentation to council. If you do not wish to speak, if you do wish to speak, pardon me, please state your name for the record and whether you are in support of or opposed to the proposed bylaw. When you have finished speaking, please remain on the Zoom call as council may wish to ask you questions. All discussions of council members, city staff, and delegations shall be directed to the chairperson. Any questions brought forward by the public, which will not be able to be addressed during this meeting, will be done so at the next council meeting. Council will not debate this matter during the hearing. The decision regarding whether to grant the bylaw further readings will be dealt with following the public hearing. I declare the public hearing for bylaw number 11-2020, proposed land use bylaw amendment, open at 2:09 p.m. I would ask the city clerk to confirm whether this public hearing has been advertised in accordance with the applicable legislation and to summarize the purpose of the hearing.
I confirm that this public hearing has been advertised and notice has been provided in accordance with the applicable legislation. This public hearing was advertised in the Meridian Source on May 7th, 14th, and 21st, 2020. And the purpose of this public hearing is for bylaw number 11-2020, being a proposed amendment to the land use bylaw 5-2016, medium density residential R4 district to row housing residential R3 district.
I will now ask the city clerk if there is anyone wishing to speak or that has submitted a written submission opposing the proposed bylaw.
Just for the people waiting in the waiting room, we do have some for the other bylaws, but not for this one. So I can confirm there are no persons at this time wishing to speak, and no written submissions were received opposing this bylaw.
Thank you, city clerk. I will now ask the city clerk if there is anyone wishing to speak or that has submitted a written submission favoring the proposed bylaw.
And I can confirm there are no persons at this time wishing to speak and no written submissions received favoring this bylaw.
I will now ask the city clerk if there is anyone wishing to speak or has submitted, a written submission that is affected by the proposed bylaw.
I confirm that there are no persons at this time wishing to speak and no written submissions were received from anyone affected by the proposed bylaw.
I will now ask the city clerk if there is anyone else that has provided notice indicating they wish to speak.
I confirm that there are no other persons that have provided notice wishing to speak on this matter.
As no members of the public attended the hearing to speak and no written submissions were submitted on the matter, I declare the public hearing for bylaw number 11-2020 closed at 2:11 p.m. Now declare the public hearing for bylaw number 12-2020 being a proposed text amendment to the land use bylaw open at 2:11 p.m. I would ask the city clerk to confirm whether this public hearing has been advertised in accordance with the applicable legislation and to summarize the purpose of the hearing.
I confirm that this public hearing has been advertised and notice has been provided in accordance with the applicable legislation. This public hearing was advertised in Meridian Source on April 2nd, 9th, and 16th, 2020. And the purpose of this public hearing is for bylaw 12-2020, being a text amendment to land use bylaw 5-2016 within the medium industrial I2 district.
I will now ask the city clerk if there is anyone wishing to speak or that has submitted a written submission opposing the proposed bylaw.
I can confirm that Mr. Daryl Dunn of Lloydminster provided a written submission in opposition of the proposed bylaw, which I will now read. Mr. Dunn begins by saying, I am speaking in opposition of the proposed bylaw for text amendments to the land use bylaw 5-2016. If passed, the proposed wording change to the provisions of the land use bylaw will serve to undercut and weaken the purpose and the spirit, if not only the land use bylaw, but the underlying city strategic plan, as well as the urban expansion plan, master plans, integrated community sustainability plan, and very other integrated plans upon which the land use bylaw is based and from which it flows. It will set the precedent for future convenience and expedience changes to the bylaw that will have longer term negative effects not only land use planning processes, but upon the principle of consistency that provides both predictability and transparency for future development. While the current land use bylaw may not be a perfect document, it is built upon strong foundation, including meeting the legal requirements of provincial legislation, the Municipal Government Act, being the product of extensive consultation and planning processes involving the participation of administration, city council, and the citizens of the city, meeting a wide range of fiscal, physical, environmental, traffic, infrastructure, and social criteria in the process. Commercial district. The proposed commercial district is described as to provide the pedestrian-oriented, high-density commercial office, residential, and institutional uses in the traditional and extended central business district. This includes aesthetic shops and health services. Medium industrial district. The purpose of this district is to provide for industrial uses that carry out a portion of their operations outdoors or require outdoor storage areas, and any nuisance associated with these uses should not extend beyond the boundaries of the site. This district should be located in the interior of industrial areas surrounded by light industrial district or separated from any residential districts by arterial roads, a higher quality industrial or commercial district. Aesthetic shops and health services do not fall in this category. Significant differences. There are numerous practical reasons why businesses in different categories should not be mixed. Certainly traffic flow, ease of access, nature of the surrounding businesses, and the potential for negative interaction between dissimilar businesses needs to be considered. Indeed, the municipal development plan states in policy 10.1.7 that the city should not restrict non-industrial uses, example, commercial uses, in those areas designated for industrial development. In his conclusion, he says, clearly there needs to be flexibility in accommodating the growth and development of the city and the use of the available assets. Yet while the reasons behind this application are completely understandable in this time of economic uncertainty, that must be balanced against the larger picture. There are a good number of currently available locations within the commercial district for the proposed business that are well suited to its needs and do not require a change to the land use bylaw. Development decisions made years ago without the benefit of overall strategic and developmental planning have cost the city a good deal of money in having to rebuild or review and compensate for past decisions. The present long-term plan and the land use bylaw need to be stable, consistent long-term blueprint for the development and growth and should not be subject to this type of change. And that was submitted May 21st by Mr. Darrell Dunn.
Thank you, City Clerk. I will now ask the City Clerk if there is anyone wishing to speak or that has submitted a written submission favoring the proposed bylaw.
I can say that Ms. Angela Lear wishes to speak on behalf of the applicant, and I've just admitted her to the meeting, so she may take a minute to get set up here, Your Worship.
Thank you, City Clerk.
Hi there, Angela Lear here. Hi. Thank you, Your Worship and City Councilors, for hearing us here today. So basically, I'm just going to summarize the letter that we submitted as our written submission. In February, we were approached by a potential tenant that had heard about our building and our office space within our building by word of mouth to rent our building, as she took a walk through it, and she was pleasantly surprised that this facility, what we have available for office space, fit her needs to a T. So with that, we made a call to the city to see what the situation was for zoning and whether that would be a reasonable thing to ask for discretionary use of our building. And we learned that we have to, in fact, apply for an amendment to the zoning bylaw for this region in order to entertain the possibility of having a tenant of that nature. So with that, we made our application, and we met with the city administration. We met with Natasha and Anthony and sat down with them, and they told us kind of the challenges that might be perceived by council, but also they very much recognized, or it was implied to us that they recognized the merit to our rationale behind having proposing this amendment to the bylaw. So with that, at the end of the meeting, they said that they weren't quite cohesive on what their thoughts were, and saw merit in both views. And so we put the application forth and followed through such that our proposal or amendment proposal be considered. So just to summarize, we know it's not a typical use for this area, but it's the facility or the space that we have meets her needs. And so we would love to rent our lease space, and we would love to provide the opportunity for this young lady to establish a business and provide her the accommodations that fit her need. She has sought out other facilities within the more traditional commercial zones and whatnot, and it would cost her an extensive amount in leasehold improvements, looking at the properties that she's already considered in order to establish them to meet her model that she's proposing. Here, basically everything's set up. All she needs to do is we need to install a sink for her. We know it's non-traditional, and but with that, we feel that we don't see the harm in introducing something light to a heavier zone. If you have all the criteria that is needed for her business, if she perceives that criteria is met, and she's willing to to deal with any environmental factors or traffic factors that may be potentially seen as a detriment to the evolution of her business in this zone. I think if she feels that it's not an issue, being familiar with the area, then why would it be an issue? One thing that's unique about her business and is unique about, I think we have to consider for business models as a whole right now, is the foot traffic, pedestrian traffic isn't so much an issue anymore. A lot of marketing and whatnot is done online. All appointment booking is done online, especially as we adapt to this new situation with COVID. Everything is done online, from screening, booking times, and it's just, we are able to maneuver through a virtual platform without relying on the traditional traffic of walk-in traffic. And so with that, I think there does become a little bit of a blur now as far as what might be appropriate to tolerate within a medium industrial zone. I think if we have a business that we can support and can evolve in this zone, why not give both the leaseor and the leasee the benefit of utilizing the space and promote a business and be able to establish a business? Because if she were to invest in the cost of developing the same business model downtown, she simply can't afford to do it, and she probably won't move forward with her goals to establish her business. Also, one thing in the letter, we were really surprised to see the strength. I guess we were surprised when we read the letter that was in the appendix that was read at the first reading that was presented by city admin, because we thought that their opinion was a little bit divided, but in fact it sounded like it was quite against proposal of this amendment. And there's a couple things within that letter that we disagreed with. And one thing that we did disagree with is it alluded to the fact that going forth with such an amendment would have a negative impact on other industrial opportunities to utilize the space within this zone. With the square footage that's out there for lease opportunities right now, I think that there's no way that we would impede upon the opportunity of another medium industrial business to establish and evolve their business in this zone. I think right now where we are at this location, all the shop space and the yard space is being used for medium industrial use. And so basically we have 1,200 square foot of office space that's great and would fit the bill for this young lady to develop her business with. So the other thing I guess that we found concern with is we disagree with a statement that said basically we shouldn't make, or that cities should not make knee-jerk reactions in response to economic conditions right now. I think the economic conditions right now are absolutely unprecedented. I understand that statement as far as we can't always have a knee-jerk reaction. That being said, however, we are in unprecedented times here, and everything we're doing right now is new, and we're being creative, and we're finding a way to run businesses, to run city council, for example, to adapt to the times of the situation. This is just a way to be creative. Allow a non-traditional business within, like a lighter business within the medium zone is going to promote economic development within the city. And I think we have to do what we can at this point to promote economic development within the city of Lloydminster. And yeah, and so that is our plea. In essence, the tenant has found a pair of shoes that fit, and we know you don't think her dress matches, but if she feels that she can dance in those shoes, why not let her dance? That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angela. Does City Clerk?
If there's any questions of Angela from council on her presentation.
Councillor Baker. Oh, I did hear, we'll get you unmuted, Councillor Baker, 1 second. There you are, Councillor.
Good to go, sir?
You are, sir.
Just a question. If council was allowed this to happen, what taxation zone would this business be classed in? Is it industrial business taxes or is it commercial business taxes?
I would look to the city clerk or city manager to answer that. I believe I know how I would answer it, but
I think I know, but I don't.
I'll defer.
I'd have to speak to our taxation department. I'd have to defer that answer until I had the correct answer, Your Worship.
Yeah, I believe I have the answer as well, but I don't want to mislead council if I am not sure. So we'll have to defer that question, Councilor Baker, and city clerk will pursue that.
A follow-up question, if I may, Your Worship. If we would allow this to happen, you have, I'm not sure what kind of business we're talking about exactly, but a medical business of some nature. And most of the buildings out there, industrial buildings, they got Caterpillars in them and diesel trucks and God knows what, because I've been involved with lots of them over the years. So how are those two going to mesh in terms of health and safety issues for this kind of operation to mix directly with heavy equipment? I don't know where it gets middle, or the middle, what do we call it? Middle ground, but is that a problem?
I'll look to
I
Angela.
don't need an answer from you today, sir, but I think that's got to be answered because we know that those buildings are full of industrial equipment when they're full, or when there's anybody in them, for the most part.
So applying that question to this directly to this hearing, Angela, could you answer that in this particular case for your building that's being discussed?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Yes, it is a separate self-contained entity, the office space within our building, which is separate from the shop space within the building and the other office space. So it's a separate entrance and egress and entrance, and it fulfills the building specifications, fulfill all of the specifications for handicap, for special needs accessibility and whatnot. And with that, everything and any health and wellness. So right now we're looking at the initial tenant that is proposing to come into this building. She is looking at hair and aesthetics initially, and then she's hoping to also sublease a office room within the space for the purpose of perhaps massage therapy or Reiki services, some sort of other wellness services. With that, if, for example, if it's massage therapy, they're regulated by a regulating college. And with that, any space that they work within would have to fulfill all requirements for her to practice within that college. And I can tell you that this space does meet those requirements as far as accessibility goes and as far as cleanliness goes. We hope to show you, I don't know if you've had the privilege of seeing some of the, seeing how this space looks, but it's a new construction which meets all of the requirements for access and egress of any special needs and pedestrians.
One final question, if I may. I was just wondering, Mrs. Lear, the firewall between the shop and the offices would have to meet a certain standard to
And
meet
it
the
does.
building code.
And it does.
Pardon me?
It does.
Okay, I'm just suggesting that
Yes, no.
you have to get it checked out. If council decided to let you do it, you'd have to do that for safety reasons, occupational health, and I'm sure you know all that stuff, but
Absolutely,
you've
yes.
got to
And
ask the questions now. This is
No,
our job, so.
absolutely understood and appreciated. It's a 2015 construction, so the building does meet the safety requirements of the building codes of that year. So
Yeah, I was just wondering for the type of mix, you'd have to get it checked out. City Building Department, I'm sure, would possibly be involved if in fact City Council said subject to. I just wanted to know because I get some answers here to make sure that
absolutely.
we're going right. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councilor Baker. City Clerk, and then I have the City Manager, and then I'll get to Councilor Torson.
Yes, Your Worship. Just so you're aware, I've confirmed that the building would be assessed as industrial and it would receive a non-residential tax rate.
Okay, thank you very much. Did you hear that, Councilor Baker?
I heard the first half, but not the last half.
It would be
assessed
considered.
industrial.
it would be considered industrial, and the commercial rate would apply to industrial as it does to commercial.
Okay, thank you.
City manager, and then nope, you're good.
I was same as what Doug was going to present,
Okay. Sounds good.
non-residential. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Torreson has the floor as soon as we get him turned on. 1 second, Councillor. Just hang tough. There you are. I think you're there.
Awesome. Just a quick question for this particular property, just in its area. Is there anything in the way of sidewalks or anything like that in terms of the way to get there? Just picturing the industrial area, the kind of the development standards are, you know, a bit wider roads that can take heavier loads, but not necessarily any sidewalks anywhere. So then you've got big trucks going by. So I'm just curious, is there sidewalks in this area at all?
May I speak to that?
Certainly, please, Angela.
Thank you. No, there isn't sidewalks. It would be by way of vehicle that people would arrive here, and we are not. She's not looking for pedestrian traffic. She is looking to, again, her marketing platform will be online, and it will be by appointment only. There is, of course, the access and egress from the building itself has sidewalks, and which are wheelchair accessible. However, no, as far as road sidewalks, there is not to the road. Okay. But again, pedestrian traffic is not her goal. Just basically from the vehicle into the building.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the presenter at this time? Angela, thank you so much for joining us and working through these challenges that we have and new experiences. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship.
I will turn it back to the city clerk. I believe that.
Yes, Your Worship, we have one more presenter, Tanis Savan, and she wishes to speak in favor of the proposed bylaw, and I've just admitted her, and we'll just take a minute while she gets her system set up, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Tanis.
Hi.
You have 5 minutes to speak on behalf of, in favor of the proposed bylaw, Tanis.
Hey, I just wanted to, before I start here, just want to make sure, are you guys able to view the PowerPoint that was sent there? Awesome, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, Your Worship and fellow city councilors. My name is Tanis Swain. I'm a co-owner of the property located at 7187 56th Street within the city of Lloydminster. To individuals that are familiar with this street location, they identify that the current businesses located here are very diversified. It has a variety of businesses that vary from light to medium duty industry all the way to personal well-being and entertainment businesses. It is very much a diversified area. It allows the current businesses locations to be exposed to various individuals that would not otherwise have a reason to be present in an industrial location within the city of Lloydminster. The area of 56th Street in discussion is not a heavy duty industrial area, hence the reason why it should be allowed to be explored to unique business opportunities. Business individuals who have marketed themselves and their talents well enough to create their own client base in order to open up a public location to properly service their customers. They should not be limited to where they can set up shop if their business procedure operations do not conflict with neighboring businesses. Today's market does not allow many entrepreneurs to succeed and excel in walk-up businesses. One has to have a well-established clientele to succeed and be open-minded and how to evolve with business. Businesses can no longer be stereotyped and very much stereotyped into a certain area of the city based on its active business. In every city, there is a distinctive zoned areas, heavy industrial, including refineries, rail lines, etc. One can usually define the difference between heavy and medium duty zones. However, there's always the mixed or the gray zones within a city as well. To me, 56th Street is a mixed zone already with the numerous variety of businesses already present on the street. Border Lanes Bowling Alley, Bobcat hockey training facility, numerous oil hauling businesses, machine shops, safety retail, safety training offices, construction businesses, etc. It's a diversified area already, and when it comes to commerce and businesses, diversification is never a downfall. I repeat, diversification is not a downfall in any industry, especially in today's economy. Being open-minded and forward-thinking is the only way that success will occur. I don't believe certain stereotyped businesses, such as personal care, should not be given the opportunity to evolve their new business plans that do not revolve around the classic idea of a salon-type atmosphere. I believe that as a city, we have to allow forward-thinking individuals to evolve their industry. And if you don't have forward-thinking individuals to involve an industry, your industry will fail. And so I have this PowerPoint just quickly done up here so that you have an idea what the inside of our building actually looks like. And what the model that she is really focused on, which I think is brilliant, is a suite model. It's a space that's broken up into individual rooms. Each room can be rented by a personal service worker and is used exclusively by them. That personal service worker will run their own business. They will have to get their own business through the city, business license through the city. They have to book their own clientele, manage their own schedule, use their own payment method, etc. This is not a business that has other employees. It's a space containing a number of small business entrepreneurs. And there's no receptionist presence at all or anything of that. It's strictly appointment only. It is not, and I repeat, it is not a business model that encourages walk-up business. That is why this is ideal location for her. It is not for the stereotypical hair salon. It is not that, and we were very clear with that at the very beginning, and it's not for walk-up personnel. It's strictly for appointment only, and I believe it is with this area, like there is already wellness professionals that work in this area. Go to Athletics Therapy that work, have their address is located right where the Bobcats training facility is. That's a wellness individual professional. I really don't think, like I'm familiar with multiple industries and doing business in multiple industries, and you have to look forward to forward-thinking individuals because they will be successful. Yes, maybe some might not be, but you have to look in the manner where take advantage of who's looking forward in such a time that's kind of negative. And in all honesty, when everybody we're looking at right now, everybody's been forced to go home from their businesses to have to work within their garages, within their buildings because of COVID. If you are a professional, an entrepreneur, that you actually want to go out on your own, not work under somebody else, go out on your own. You don't want to be working at home because everybody now identifies in these last 2 months, kids are screaming everything. You can't run a true business based in a home. And so this is a fantastic opportunity where they could rent an office space, essentially, have their own business license under the city and be able to run on their own time frame and their own schedule and their own hours. And you don't see much of this available in the city that I have knowledge of. And I think it is fantastic. I think it's forward thinking, and I don't think it should be ignored. I don't think City of Lloydminster, because what it's based on, a lot of energy, we were weakened, our economy was weakened before COVID. And with COVID right now, we have to really think forward. And I think this is a great opportunity.
Thank you, Tanis, for that presentation. Any questions for the presenter? Councillor Baker.
Your Worship, Tanis, you mentioned a therapist working up there. Did I hear you say?
In the area. Go to Athletics Therapy they, their address, that if you go on the website, their address is actually located right at the Bobcats training facility, which is right across the street from this building.
That's what I thought you said.
Mhm.
Now, are they Bobcat employees? Or you don't
From-
know?
For my I honestly don't know, because I
Okay.
haven't talked directly to them, so I can't honestly answer that.
Fair enough, yeah.
Any other questions? Councillor Buckingham.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, Tanis. Having been in that building, I can tell you that muscle therapy is set up outside of the Bobcats offices there. So I wouldn't think there's any association directly with the Bobcats. I always assumed it as a sublease, but I don't know that. But I have been in the building, and she is set up on the east side of that building.
Mhm. She's essentially a wellness professional as well.
Yeah, and I'm sure she does the muscle therapy and stuff for the Bobcats.
Yeah.
And there may be some deal that they have there, but
Mhm. But she's a personal wellness professional. She would fall into that category.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Tanis, for joining us. Thank you for
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Again, I'd like to thank all the presenters for their time and their presentations that they put forward. I will now ask the city clerk if there is anyone wishing to speak or has submitted a written submission that is affected by the proposed bylaw.
And I confirm there are no persons at this time wishing to speak, and no written submissions were received by anybody affected by the proposed bylaw.
I will now ask the city clerk if there is anyone else that has provided notice indicating that they would like to speak.
And I confirm that no other persons have provided notice wishing to speak, Your Worship.
I would like to thank all the presenters for their comments. I will now declare the public hearing for bylaw 12-2020 closed at 2:41 p.m. I would like to declare the public hearing for bylaw 19-2020 being a proposed amendment to the municipal development plan open at 2:42 p.m. This is to do with the bylaw number 19-2020 Larson Grove Municipal Development Plan Amendment. I would ask the city clerk to confirm whether this public hearing has been advertised in accordance with the applicable legislation and to summarize the purpose of this hearing.
I confirm that this public hearing has been advertised and notice has been provided in accordance with the applicable legislation. This public hearing was advertised in Meridian Source on May 7th, 14th, and 21st, 2020. And the purpose of this public hearing is for bylaw 19-2020, being an amendment to the municipal development plan bylaw number 01-2013 from residential to commercial for the specified property.
I will now ask the city clerk if there's anyone wishing to speak or that have submitted a written submission opposing the proposed bylaw.
There's written submissions from Jairus Petrie and Rebecca Wise, and a verbal and a presentation from Keith Towner, who I will now ask to join the meeting and make his presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Keith. Thank you for joining us. Just remind you that you have 5 minutes, sir, to present, and then if you would please stay with us and to answer any questions if there's questions from your presentation.
Okay.
And please feel free to start.
Okay. Thank you, Council, for letting me speak. I'm just going to talk about a couple of the things here, highlight that would like highlighted. There's always been parking issues on 36th Street in that particular block. There's no room for parking at all in the front without causing issues for the traffic. That's a very busy street. It always has been. I moved there in '86, and it was busy back then even. There's only one parking spot visible for the property that you are having the proposal for. So that'll be for parking if they're going to park on the side street, the service road, I guess you'd call it. The residents along that service road will have parking issues. It'll make it worse for them. It'll make entering and exiting 36th Street a lot harder to do from the service road. This has been an ongoing issue ever since the 7-Eleven strip mall has been put in place. If you put a business there, it's going to congest that very busy intersection even more, putting another business across the street. The business at 4910 36th Street is on the corner, so it will cause more dangerous conditions at that intersection. That's already an intersection that has quite a few accidents. If you add another business there, it's going to add more traffic. This has always been a major route for ambulances going to and from the hospital. Also for RCMP and fire trucks, that's a major route, as well as for the citizens of Lloydminster. It has not diminished over the years. It has gotten more busy. Back in 1986, there was an application made by a business to change the north side of 36th Street to commercial zoning. The business made offers to 4910, 4908, 4906, 36th Street pending rezoning. There had been a traffic counter placed at that time. I'm not sure if the city did it or the business did it, but the city turned down the zoning back then because it was deemed to be excessive traffic. Traffic is almost 3 times as bad, maybe even worse, since 1986. So more traffic is going to slow down the ambulances, RCMPs, and fire trucks. Even in 86, like I'd already mentioned, the city had said that it was too busy back then. So I'm just wondering, I know it was a different council back then, but I'm wondering how the city council now can change it to commercial and justify the heavier traffic load. Back when the Royal Canadian Legion was applying to be built, they had to acquire extra parking. They traded with the city for a lot behind the Legion, and in return, the city got the Legion ballparks. So they needed more parking, and this new proposal, I took pictures, I went around and did measurements. The lot is 54 feet wide, maybe 55. And there's the 2 buildings beside it. Because of how bad, you cannot back out onto 36th Street at certain times of the day at all. So there's 2 properties beside this one that has the proposal that the driveway, you can get out the back onto the back alley because you cannot get out on 36th Street at various parts of the day, all the rush hours at noon, supper time from 7 till 9. This will just compound it, putting in business on that same spot.
Keith, you've reached your 5 minutes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Anything else that you'd like to add in the next one, and just closing comments?
No, sir. You all have my email, so I just touched on the parts that I thought were more important.
Thank you very much for both the written and your verbal. I'll ask council now if there's any questions for the presenter. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. The intersection there, is there any parking on that lot at all? If there is, it's out of the back alley, isn't it?
Yes, they have a garage there with room for one vehicle. There's from the back of the garage is 17 feet from the garage door to the fence property line. I measured that earlier today. There's 17 feet exactly from the fence, the end of the fence to the garage door. So there's enough room for one vehicle.
17 feet from the garage door north?
The garage door, it's on the north end of the garage, yes, sir.
Okay, the garage door.
To the back alley.
Yeah, thank you. Got her, man.
That's to the fence. That's not to the property line because you have an easement of, I think it's 2 feet.
Yeah.
That's just to the fence.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for the presenter? Thank you very much, sir, for your time, for presenting. We appreciate you joining us. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to.
City Clerk, I believe you have some other submissions that you wish to read.
Yes, I do, Your Worship. The first submission I will read from is from Jairus Petrie of Lloydminster, and the submission goes as follows. The idea of turning a residential property into a direct control district to accommodate an office is outrageous. For one, there is no parking available anywhere as it is located in the busiest and most congested intersection in the entire city. Any sort of parking will be a complete nightmare for residents who are already dealing with headaches of constant traffic. Second, it's the most congested intersection in all of Lloydminster, and the city should be dealing with the congestion and constant traffic problems at said intersection, which is at Highway 17th and 36th Street. Crime is bad enough in the area, and bringing an office, no matter what type of business it is, could spell more crime and more problems to residents. Property taxes for the residents will go up due to the office. And also there is a number of children who live within the neighborhood, and it is already a headache keeping them safe with traffic issues at that intersection. I have another submission from a Rebecca Weiss of Lloydminster, and it reads as follows. We're opposed to the idea of this residential property turning into a commercial property, as there are a few concerns we have. Being on 36th Street and near the intersection of an extremely busy highway, Highway 17, there would be no room to accommodate parking for the office. There would physically be no room to make parking lot either, as the whole lot would have to be redone. It is already a nightmare for traffic, as it is one of the busiest intersections in the city. We feel like the current traffic situation needs to be dealt with first, wider street in general, added turning lanes, etc. It also adds a hazard to our children in the neighborhood. Being busy as it is already, this can increase the traffic and even more cause safety concern to our children and in the neighborhood. Another main issue is that our property tax, we are already paying ridiculous amount for. We will now increase it in the coming years, and we do not see an improvement in the area to begin, and we do not see an improvement to the area to begin with. Crime in the area is also terrible and has increased greatly over the past few years. With the proposal of this office, depending on what type of business it is, it could also increase crime even more. We want to feel safe in our home, not on edge all the time, constantly checking the traffic around the area. Again, this also proposes a hazard to our children due to the fact that with the increased crime comes risks. We have to ensure our children and safety ultimately. Overall, for these reasons, we are choosing to oppose this residential area becoming a commercial direct control property. Thank you for your time, and that's from Braden and Rebecca Weiss.
Thank you, City Clerk. I will now ask the City Clerk, is there anyone wishing to speak or that has submitted a written submission favoring the proposed bylaw?
There is a Frank Separath. He has requested to speak in favor, and he will now join us in the meeting. I believe Mr. Separath will be making a verbal and not a video presentation.
Hello, Mr. Spenroth.
Mr. Spenroth.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, you can.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay.
Welcome, and I'll just remind you, you have 5 minutes to present, and I would ask you to remain on the line to answer any questions at the end of your presentation.
Okay, yeah, your worship and councilors, my name is Frank Spenrath, and sorry, I'm going to have to do something else here with another, I've still got something else on here. Don't know how I can do that. Well, I'll try it without. Okay, okay. I'm in favor of the bylaw request, and the property is at 4910 36th Street. And for those that aren't totally familiar, it's actually on 50th Avenue and the corner of 36th Street. Looking from Highway 17 or 50th Avenue, you look at the property being that corner. It's been recommended that this be zoned direct commercial. It should be noted that I had a similar property on the corner of 42nd Street and 50th Avenue, current location of where the Synergy Credit Union ATM is. And there was no problems during that period of time, which was from approximately 1985 or 86 to 1996. Also, this area, there was a similar type of office to what I have. That was just a few doors down on 50th Avenue at 3617. And it was operated by Nick Lely of McFadden Insurance. And that thing ran for a couple decades. So it's not an abnormal business operation for that area. As far as the parking, which has come up, we have every reason to discourage 36th Street parking. We do plan to remove both the shrubs and bush and fencing in the back and to make parking available there. Plus there's a certain amount of parking that is never or virtually never utilized on the service road. But we expect to have 4 to 5 different parking stalls in the back. So we'll meet whatever requirements for that. The alternative for those in the area, some of the things they may want to consider are that having a business like a general insurance office, and things have changed over the years. If you just think back to the last time you went to your insurance broker or your insurance agent, people don't go for 1 or 2 hours. They go for anywhere from 5 minutes to half an hour to 45 minutes. We run a fairly small operation. There's 2 of us and hopefully someday 3 individuals. We do have clients that stop in and we do encourage that, but literally on any given day prior to COVID-19, we would have anywhere from 2 to 8 a day that would stop in, and they could be for 5 minutes or they could be for 10 or even 40 minutes if there was a lot of work involved. In terms of the number of people at any given time, we can't control that, but generally we do most of our stuff by appointment. So we're not looking to have 6 or 8 people show up at one time. So basically the area itself lends itself to a commercial type of operation. In this particular case, our business operation is a general insurance brokerage. We don't have a ton of traffic coming to the property. We have no intention at this point for any other type of operation that would increase traffic significantly. I believe that the building itself also has the look with some cleanup around the area and cleanup of the building to look like a small office, which is what we're hoping to use it for. I don't see how this change and our type of operation would change the amount of crime in the area, or why it should have any impact on tax to the residential people in the area. So as such, I think this is about as ideal as we're going to have for a location in terms of limiting or minimizing the concerns that the people in the area might have. So I'm happy to take some questions, and hopefully council will see its way to deal with this.
Thank you, Mr. Spenrath. I'll start with Councillor Monroe and then followed by Councillor Thorson.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Mr. Spenrath. I guess my first question was, you said that you'll have up to 3 employees at any given time. Is that correct?
Well, right now we have 2, and like every business, you want to expand and you want to get better. So
Right.
we would
I
hope
guess
that at
just-
some point we would be at 3.
For sure. I guess just to answer that, I guess if you have 3 employees, that's 3 vehicles plus the potential of 3 vehicles for clients. So we're sitting at 6. And if I'm trying to picture this exactly in my head. So it is directly west or directly north across from the current 7-Eleven on 36th Street. Is that correct?
Yes, we're right across to the north, and there is parking that we would be making in the rear, up to 5 potential stalls. Plus, there's a fair amount of on-street parking, excluding 36th Street on the service road, which would accommodate a large number of vehicles, far more than we would ever have it, unless we threw some kind of outside of a normal open house or something.
Okay. No, thank you for answering those questions. I guess I just foresee if you're not going to be parking on 36th Street, I would just encourage the parking on 36th Street would definitely provide for some congestion there, especially with the potential for ambulances or whatever kind of emergency services vehicles that may be coming through. But if you have thought out alternative measures, thank you for that.
Thank you very
We're
much. Counselor.
going to probably go so far as to not use the or push that people not use the door on the south end, and that they would use an entry door on the west side of the building. That way there'd be no incentive to park on 36th Street.
Thank you, sir. Counselor Torreson. Oh, just one moment. I think there you are.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Spenrath, is this an existing business that's moving?
Yes, we are already located in the area, just about 75 yards to the south.
Yeah, and I was that was a loaded question. I was aware of that. So you're moving 75 yards. Do you think the crime will change in that area from the 75 yards that you're moving?
I can't imagine that crime is even an issue as it relates to our office.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for the presenter? Counselor Baker, just.
Well, Your Worship, the backyard, the dimensions we got earlier today was 17 feet from the garage door to the property line. I think the building code calls for 6-point-some meters minimum backyard. So the thing is illegal already. The building is illegal already. And in terms of getting 5 or 6 vehicles on the back of that lot, I don't know what I'm looking at, but I'm sure looking at the plan with the outline of the building on there, and I'm just not sure how that's going to happen.
Is the question for me?
Yes, it is, Mr. Spenrath. I guess could you mentioned in your presentation, I think Councilor Baker is asking how you'd accommodate 4 to 5 vehicles that you mentioned in your presentation based on the existing site plan. So could you expand on that a little bit?
The lot is approximately 54 or 55 feet in width, and it can accommodate, if we remove the fencing and the shrubs, accommodate probably minimum of 4 to 5 vehicles. We've received pricing for clearing it and reshaping and contouring and putting some paving or concrete in the back to make that the primary parking area.
Your Worship, I'm just saying that I believe the building code says you must have a minimum 6 something per meter setback.
Yeah, I hear you, Councillor, and I'd like to defer that to our planning people.
Yeah, and that's fine.
From that perspective, if I may. Is there any other questions for the presenter at this time on for the public hearing? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much, Mr. Spenrath, for your presentation.
You bet.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Council.
You're very welcome. I will now ask the city clerk if there is anyone else wishing to speak or has submitted a written submission that is affected by the proposed bylaw.
And I can confirm that there are no persons at this time wishing to speak and no written submissions received from anyone affected by the proposed bylaw.
I will now ask the city clerk if there's anyone else that has provided notice indicating they wishing to speak at this time.
I can confirm that there are no other persons that have provided notice wishing to speak on this matter.
I'd like to thank all presenters for their comments. I now declare the public hearing for bylaw 19-2020 closed at 3:05 p.m. And I'm now moving to bylaw number 17-2020, the proposed Larson Grove land use bylaw amendment. I declare the public hearing for bylaw 17-2020 being a proposed amendment to the land use bylaw open at 3:05 p.m. I would ask the city clerk to confirm whether this public hearing has been advertised in accordance with the applicable legislation and to summarize the purpose of the hearing.
I confirm that this public hearing has been advertised and notice has been provided in accordance with the applicable legislation. This public hearing was advertised in the Meridian Source on May 7th, 14th, and 21st, 2020. The purpose of this hearing is for bylaw 17-2020, being an amendment to the land use bylaw 5-2016, the lands indicated from single detached R1 residential to a direct control DC1 district.
I will now ask the city clerk if there is anyone wishing to speak or that has submitted a written submission opposing the proposed bylaw.
As bylaw 17-2020 and bylaw 19-2020 are to be approved concurrently, three submissions were received. Once again, the same submission from Jairus Petrie and Rebecca Weiss, and the presentation from Keith Towner, who wishes to speak again on behalf of this bylaw. So I'll invite Mr. Towner into the meeting.
Hello, Council. Thank you for letting me speak again. He says that there'll be 3 employees, which means there'll be 3 vehicles. Where are they going to park? He says there's 4 or 5 stalls that they can make in the back. By my calculations, he's going to have 4 maximum, and he's going to be running into the property that's across the alley because it's a fairly narrow alley. So if somebody's backing out of there, the most you're going to be able to get in there is 4 stalls. And if you're backing out, like I just mentioned, when you're leaving, there's no way that you'll be able to back into that alley without running into the property that's across the alley. And then I would also like to submit what I'd highlighted in the 19-2020 proposal too. Please and thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. If you had some more, did you have any more to add, Mr. Towner?
Mr. Baker did bring up a very good point that there is building codes that could be in violation there. As I know, when I built my house, the garage had to be 25 feet away from the property line at the front of the house.
Yeah, will that an issue we'll need to discuss with our planning people. It's a good question and I don't want to lose it, but at this time we'll have to, I guess as they refer to it, it'll be parked to discuss with our planning folks further in the meeting, I suspect.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions for Mr. Towner?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Towner.
Have a good day, everybody.
You too, sir. Thank you. I will now ask the city clerk if there's anyone wishing to speak that has submitted a written or that has submitted a written submission favoring the proposed bylaw.
Yes, your worship, Mr. Seprath would like to speak again on this item.
All right.
Invited in.
Hello, Mr. Spenrath.
He's still trying to join the meeting, is what it.
No problem.
Mr. Spenrath.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Okay, sorry.
No problem. Again, I'll just go through the process. You do have up to 5 minutes, sir, to speak supporting this in favor of this proposed bylaw, and ask you to remain on if there's any questions from council.
Okay, I just wanted to be, maybe I wasn't very clear on the earlier bylaw. We are doing everything we can to discourage parking on 36th Street, to the point where we are going to make the door, which would be the regular door that would have been used in the past on the south side of that building, which would face 36th Street, to basically use that only for emergency or whatever. We have the intention to make a door on the west side of the building, which would be the side that faces Highway 17 or 50th Avenue, the primary entrance door. Further, our sidewalk will join the city sidewalk to that entrance, and will also be the sidewalk that we bring from the parking area in the back, which between those two things will hopefully be enough to discourage any interference with parking on 36th Street, because we also recognize that it's a busy area right there. And although we don't anticipate a flood of vehicles showing up there, we want to make sure that, you know, it stays safe. We're, you know, residents of the city, and we own businesses and have for a number of years. And I certainly understand, you know, the concern with some of the local residents if we were some other sort of business, perhaps, that could generate huge amounts of traffic or a lot of traffic at any given time. That's not normally the kind of operation that you would see from a general insurance office like our own. And as such, I just wanted to make sure that that was as clear as I could possibly make it. So I'm open to any other questions, you know, from councillors or from your worship as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spenrath. Any questions or comments regarding Mr. Spenrath's presentation? Councillor Fagnan, we'll get you connected there, hopefully.
Yep, sorry, I got disconnected with Mr. Spenrath's last answer. I'd been down the back alley there over the weekend. And are you planning on ripping down the garage? Is that coming down?
No, we would be leaving the garage and putting parking to the east of the garage and to the west, as well as behind the garage.
Okay.
So the way I've penciled it off and marched it off too, there would be room for probably reasonably comfortably 5, but if you go by some of the parking stalls in some of the commercial districts, we could probably get 10 in that area, but realistically 4 or 5 is what we're going to have with reasonably comfortable parking.
Yep. Thank you very much, Frank.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Mr. Spenrath.
Thank you again.
Thank you. At this time, I will now ask the city clerk if there is anyone, if there's anyone wishing to speak that has submitted a submission that is affected by the proposed bylaw.
I confirm that there are no persons at this time wishing to speak, and no written submissions were received from anyone affected by the proposed bylaw.
I will now ask the city clerk if there's anyone else that has provided notice indicating they wish to speak to this.
I can confirm there are no other persons that have provided notice wishing to speak on this matter.
I would like to thank all our presenters for their comments. I would now like to declare the public hearing for bylaw 17-2020 closed at 3:14 p.m. Before we move on at the time, I would ask if the council would consider Councilor Munro. Oh,
Sorry, Motion to take a recess?
I would entertain a motion to recess for 5 minutes if that would be agreeable to council. I'll look to a seconder, Councillor Buckingham. With that, I'll put the question out. All in favor of recess?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Opposed?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Opposed? Carried. Returning to the agenda, now we would be looking at 7.3.2. Chief Financial Officer, City Manager.
Thank you, Your Worship. To present 7.3.2, the 2019 audited consolidated financial statements, I'll ask the CFO, Denise McDonald, to present.
CFO.
Thank you, City Manager. Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. Pleased to present to you the 2019 audited financial statements for the City of Lloyd. Adele Walkeruk, the Senior Manager of Finance, is also on the Zoom meeting to help with questions if you have any questions that we can't answer. We're looking for a recommendation today that Council approve the audited consolidated financial statements for the year ending December 31st. As you know, that the city must submit the year-end statements by May 1st every year. However, due to COVID, it's been extended to October 1st. The consolidated financial statements have been audited by WLS LLP as our independent external auditors, and they were appointed by City of Lloydminster. In accordance with legislation, they have also been provided a private session with council this morning. And that session, that box has been checked off. So with that, I'd like to walk you through the audited financial statements. So just as a preamble, I wanted to say that in alignment with council's strategic plan, the finance department had established its 2019 goals on strong fiscal management and progressive changes towards meeting that goal. The municipality desired a conservative approach to handling public money with an emphasis on integrity and transparency. Fiscal discipline was the primary focus of the finance team, along with the implementation of a reserve policy to ensure that the municipality is working towards a financial position to meet the needs of taxpayers today, but into the future. The following 19 goals are evident in the audited financial statements I'm about to present, in particular the following 4. Financial stability through financial transactions and reporting that is based on integrity and transparency. Establish reserves that meet short, long-term operational and capital needs of the city. Investment strategy that protects tax dollars entrusted in the municipality, yet maximizing the rate of return. Research and apply for grant opportunities to support the tax rate. With this introduction in mind, I would like to walk you through some of the highlights of the audited financial statements. I will try to give you an opportunity at the end of each page to ask questions. So starting with the financial position on page 5. I don't see that screen. Maybe I have to. Yes, I do. Okay. On page 5, starting with the financial assets, I just would like to highlight land and inventory for resale. There's relatively no land sales. When you compare 19 to 18, there's relatively no land sales. The investments are indicated there. In 2018, we were sitting at 7.2 million, and in 19, we're sitting at 14 million, an increase of almost 7 million. When we look at the overall financial assets, we have an increase of 9 million. Under financial liabilities, we have reduced the payables and accrued liabilities by $500,000. The deposit liabilities and deferred revenues have increased to support future years, and that's increased by $750,000. The long-term debt is worth mentioning that there's a reduction of $2 million from 35 million to 32 million. Overall financial liabilities have decreased by 2 million. When we look at the overall net financial assets, we have an increase of 11 million. Our non-financial assets, that includes our inventory, tangible assets, We've increased the non-financial assets overall by 12.6, and we'll go into them in a little more detail later on. Accumulated surplus, there's a new schedule that provides more detail on that. Even though our accumulated surplus overall is sitting at 23.8, I think when you see the detail of that, you'll understand why it's not as large of a number as you think. So then the next page, we're looking at the operations of combined revenue and expenses. So the first section is on revenues, and I'd like to highlight the user fees and sales of goods. You can see that that's been reduced by $500,000. Investment income, we've increased by $377,000, and we're over budget by $500,000, showing that we're getting our money to work for us. Overall, our revenues are increased $750,000 over 2018. However, we're under budget by $1.3 million on the revenue side. When we look at expenditures, we're under budget by $6.3 million. Excuse me. But we are up from 2018 by $4.8 million. It was interesting to go back and note that when we looked at 2017, between 17 and 18, our change in expenses went down by $2 million, and now we're going up by $4 million. So when you look at that, it doesn't seem so bad when we look at the increase for 2019. So then the overall operating excess on the bottom is listed at 1 million there. Last year it was at 5 million. And then we add in our contributed assets and government transfers for capital, leading to 24 million in overall excess. Then we list the accumulated surpluses listed there from the prior year. And because we've removed the Vic Juba as a consolidated entity, that adjustment has been made to our accumulated surplus to take that out. And so the overall surplus for the year is 23.8 million. While this seems like a lot of money, and it's actually 4.7% increase, you will see that we did not budget for contributions to reserves. So we're sharpening our pencils in the operating side. We're allocating any efficiencies that we earn in those efficiencies to reserves that will help support future stabilization of the tax rates and infrastructure. On the next page is our cash flows. So this compares our changes from 17 to 18 under the 18 column on the right, and our changes in 18 to 19 in the column under 2019. So the ones I would like to highlight, of course, is investments. It shows an increase from 17 to 18 of $2 million and a further increase in 19 of $7 million. When we look at the accounts payable and accrued liabilities, you can see that we've decreased those by $500,000. Further down the page is our temporary investments. You can see that in 18, we increased them by 16.4 million, and we increased them in 19 further by 18.3 million. On the bottom of the page is our cash note. So our cash note is decreased from 19 compared to 18 by $14 million. And the reason for that is at the end of the year, I believe it was November, late November, early December, we decided to take an opportunity to invest a short-term investment for 30, 60, and 90 days in order to capture some investment opportunities at the end of the year, which put our bank balance lower than anticipated. However, it still was in a good position and we were able to make all our payables in January. The next page shows the change in net financial assets, and the only thing I'd like to highlight on there is our construction in progress, which is basically our work in progress. In 18, we were sitting at 2 million. In 2019, we're sitting at 4.5. We know that there's a number of projects that have since been complete, and Finance is working on putting forward a report to council in the near future as those ones have been completed. The next page is our accumulated surplus. So this is a new schedule for us, and we wanted to highlight it in order to show you the details. The first column is our unrestricted surplus. So that's the organization itself. And when you look at the first line shows the beginning balance of the beginning balance of this year, but the ending balance of last year, of course. And then the bottom line shows our end of balance this year. So when you minus those two out, you can see that our overall surplus is $383,000 for the year. And when you take out that entry for the consolidated entity that we've removed, our overall surplus for the consolidated entries is $131,000. So it's not a substantial amount increase to our accumulated surplus. Our restricted reserves started at 10.2 million and ended at 11.4. That's an increase of 1.1 million. And the restricted reserves are legislative reserves that require a certain thing to happen or certain bylaws to use that money for specific purposes. So they're restricted in nature of what you can use it for. Unrestricted reserves fall into the council's reserve policies. And it started at 29.8 at the beginning of the year and 37.6. So that increased by 7.7 million in the year. And so even though we were under budget on our expenditures, those monies help contribute to increase those reserves to support future dollars. Our equity in TCA also increased by 14.4 million. Overall, that totals the 23.8 million that you saw earlier. The next page is our tangible capital assets. And you can see that the balance at the end of the year is listed there. We have an overall increase of 32.9 for our consolidated entries. That's not just the cities. But when we look at each one individually, land and improvements have increased for the city 5.5 million, and the majority of that is for airport, for the infrastructure we did there. Building improvements include 246,000 for the 3 arenas, 221,000 for SSC, and 317,000 at LGCC. Machinery and equipment this past year included 1.56 million on waste services, 757,000 in parks and rec, 745,000 in fleet, 668,500 in fire, and that includes the new pumper truck, 344,000 in water services. Engineering structure is the bulk of our increases. And when we exclude the work in progress, it includes 11.8 on roads, 580,000 on water, 1.75 million on wastewater, and finally 5.6 million on storm drainage. So there's considerable amount of work being done in that year in the capital projects. The next page we have property and other taxes. So this one also this page took a new refreshed look in that we provided some details to show the breakdown in assessment codes. So you can see the residential land, non-residential land, machinery and equipment, farmland, railway, and linear property, and as it compares to budget. In particular, I wanted to highlight under the grants in place of property taxes, you'll see that the provincial government of Alberta, we had sent them an application for their taxes for $27,495, and they took the position that they would pay us 75% of that this year. So you can see the difference listed there. And next year they plan to pay 50% of that. The next page, we have government transfers. So under government transfers, we have we've broken them down into operation and capital and then by area. So The federal government consists of a number of small grants, with the 15,000 being the largest for the Museum Assistance Program, but it also includes the Canada Heritage, Mental Health, Summer Jobs, Veteran Affairs, etc. Under Alberta, we are looking at the Alberta Emergency Management for 74,000, FCSS at 466,000, Alberta Police Assistance Grants for 575,000, MSI of 145,000 for the operating, and Alberta Recycling, including paint and electronics, for 19,000. Under Saskatchewan, we have our, I'm losing my voice. We have our revenue sharing grant of 2.1 million. Saskatchewan Urban Highways Connector Grant of 52,000, and Saskatchewan Community Initiatives of 13,000, and lotteries of 81,000. The rest are smaller grants. If we look at the capital under the federal program, that's mostly the airport money that we received for the paving of the airport at 4.02 million. We also received a federal grant for removing barriers of 25,000. Under the Alberta grants, we have the AMWWP, which we received 5 million, but we've only spent a portion of that. And we've recorded 453K spent this year, and the remainder went into deferred revenue to be spent in future years. Community resiliency grants is sitting at 3.28 million. Facility enhancement, 50,000 K. Alberta federal gas tax, 2.2, and joint regional growth study at 77,000. MSI sitting at 4.74 million. Under the Saskatchewan capital grants, we have the federal gas tax as the largest portion there at 1.27 million. And we also received 11,000 from Saskatchewan SGI. The next page schedule is segmented disclosures. It's a pretty detailed worksheet by department. And certainly if there's any questions, I'll take questions, but I think it's pretty evident as we go through this that this becomes clear. So based on that, I'd like to just go through some of the notes that I wanted to highlight and the changes or new areas that are being reported here. So the first one is 1A, which is the reporting entity. Page 14, Wendy. There. Under reporting entity, we've removed the Vic Juba, and we have listed the public library and FCSS. On the next page, we have 1I, which is the school requisitions. We revised that note to indicate our current practice, which is paid on a cash basis as collected. We remit to the school boards the month following collection. 1J, developer levies. So we've updated that note also to our current practices. We've indicated that it's calculated using the rates established in the bylaw. And if we can go to note 6, which is our investment notes, I just wanted to highlight the interest rates earning there, which at the time I thought were low when we first took them out, but I'm happy to have them now. The interest rate ranges for our long terms, it's on page 19, Wendy. So the interest ranges from 2.61 to 3.98%, and they mature from February 2021 to August 24. After that, I'd just like to go to page 21 on the salaries and benefits disclosure that we're required under Alberta Regulation 313 to report designated officers. So we've added that line in there as a bulk line indicating there's 3 individuals in there, individual positions, and it includes the city assessor, the city clerk, and the city treasurer. And if we can just go to the debt limit worksheet, which is 25, which is of interest to council. Our debt limit has increased to 122 million, Our current debt is sitting at 32 million, which leaves us the amount of debt limit unused at 89 million. If we were to consider that 75% of our debt limit is where we want to keep as our threshold, that would mean that we had room left of 58.9 million. So that's good to keep in mind when we're working on our future infrastructure and decisions on what we're going to borrow to build new things. On page 26, we have a new note for commitments, and we've included the ACE Regional Water Agreement, as well as the art hosting agreement for the Imhoff paintings. We've also included a new note for franchise. That's a new regulation under 313 to indicate the franchise fees that are being recorded on individual utilities need to be highlighted in our notes. So we've included that this year. The next page is our subsequent events note on the COVID-19. And so it indicates what our payment relief programs have been, as well as it indicates that council passed an increase to the line of credit to support that if we require it. Finally, note 24 is the controlled entity note, which indicates the reasoning for removing Victuba from our consolidated statements. With that, I think you can see the achievement of some of finance's goals in these statements, and you know, Adele and her team have worked really hard to bring forward these new statements. And with that, we certainly can't discount the credit deserving to many departments who have embraced many changes in budgeting processes, thresholds, approvals, and approaches to reporting. And I want to thank all departments for their support in the past year and their patience into the future as we continue to make progressive improvements to our fiscal sustainability and transparency. With that, I open to questions before I go into the 5-year historical data.
CFO, if I could start, you right at the beginning, you mentioned we were off about $1 million plus in revenue at the city. Was that attributed to one particular item, more or less? And I'm thinking it was lot sales, but was there a budgeted item that just never panned out in particular?
So that's on page 6, and that's why I indicated that the user fees and sales of goods are down. So, you know, they're down $500,000. The big items on there is that really was the only one that stood out for me as the largest. We've increased the taxes some. We're not really that far out from our budget on the revenue side.
Okay. So no one particular, other than that, was the largest area.
Mm-hmm. That was the largest area indicated.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Any other questions before we move into the 5-year?
Okay, so then if we go to the 5-year, in addition to the financial statements, we've prepared 5 years. Wendy, can we go to the other PowerPoint? There we go, on the next page. In addition to the financial statements, we prepared these 5 years of historical data. We strictly are just plotting the numbers from prior year audited financial statements to present this graphical picture. So unfortunately, I don't have detailed reasons why particular peaks and valleys exist, but I felt that it was important to let you know that I better read my notes here. So unfortunately, I do not have the peaks and valleys, but please let me know if you have something in particular of interest to you, and I will investigate it and bring it back at a later date. I do feel that the data does show a story of how the city of Lloydminster has evolved to date, including some of the following: adjusting away from land sales and user fees to support taxation, resulting in an increase in tax rates. Market value of assessment decreasing over time, resulting in an increase in tax rates. Local economy affected by the downturn of the energy sector, which has an effect on the assessment market value. Need to establish adequate reserves for future capital infrastructure. Monitoring long-term debt thresholds, keeping in mind the $80 million wastewater treatment facility required, as well as other known infrastructure deficits that we need to address in the near future. You can see from these graphs the improvements the city has made on its way to financial stability over this 5-year period. And hopefully we've established some gains that will help us to support the city through the pandemic and into the future. So with that, this first one shows that our education mill rate, and it has an increase of 13% over the 5-year period for the non-residential and 13.4% for the residential. So when you look at the school tax rate, it really has stayed fairly horizontal. It's the next one that feels alarming at sometimes. When we look at the mill rate, how it's increased 33%. But we have to, can we go to the next page on the municipal mill rates? So we have to keep in mind that mill rates are a product of the budgeted requirements of the city, assessment, and assessment can be broken down into growth and market value. So anytime your assessment decreases, your tax rate increases. That doesn't necessarily mean their tax rate dollar or the taxes levied increase. It's just an adjustment in the formula. So it looks alarming because it's 33.9%, but it's also 25.38% for the residential side. When we look at the next one, total mill rate, it reduces a little bit when you combine it with the school. So the total non-residential is increased 28% over the time period, and the residential increased 22%. The next one looks at our dollars. So this is property and other taxes levied in dollar values. So the top line is schools and municipal, and it has increased 20% over time. So that doesn't feel as bad. When we look at the municipal portion, the orange line, it's at 25% increase over the time period, and education's at 8%. And when the next page looks at taxable assessment, so you can see how this taxable assessment is decreasing. The blue line is the total, and it's decreasing over time by 6%. The orange line, which is residential, decreased by 10%, and the green line is non-residential. It increased by 4%. The next page, now it kind of goes into looking at our revenue and expenses over the time period to kind of see what picture that plays. So over the time period, our revenues for user fees and sales. So this is the moving from land sales, and also how the economy plays a role, that if the economy is in a downturn, we're not having land sales. So, this is decreasing over that time frame by 16.5%. The next page shows our penalties decreasing. Licenses and permits have increased over that time frame by 28%. The orange line is our development permit, so you can see that that one's decreasing quite a bit. The next page shows our return on investment. So our franchise and concession fees have increased 8.7% over the time frame, and our investments, you can see that in the last 2 years we've made considerable improvements, that we're starting to get that money. We have money to invest, and we're using that investment towards helping the tax rate. The next page shows our government grants. So we have a grant coordinator applying for grants and working towards our best interest. Council has lobbied hard to gain grants on our behalf. The blue line is our local government transfers, and the green line is our federal conditional grants. The next page shows our contracted services. So our contracted services have increased, oh, sorry. The green line is our salary and wages. And prior to last year, we were at an average of 1.2% per year. However, we had considerable changes in the fire department structure. And so over the time frame, we have a 13% increase over the 5 years. When we look at the contracted services, we have the blue line is increasing 8% over the 5 years, and the orange line, which is materials and goods, they've decreased over 37%. Reserves is the next sheet, and it shows that we are working hard to increase those reserves. Now, we need to do some work on where is the proper threshold to say what's adequate. I like to kind of look at accumulated, what we're contributing to amortization every year. So it's approximately 21 million. Should we be, how much we're depreciating? Should that be the amount we should be contributing to reserves to replace those assets in the future years? I don't know, but certainly we need to continue to work on it. We have not budgeted for contribution to reserves, and we need to start introducing that in 2021. The orange line shows our restricted reserves. So even though they're restricted, they have increased slightly over the time frame. The next one is our long-term debt, and you can see that it's decreasing since 2016. The next one is our debt limit. Our debt limit has increased slightly. Debt servicing, not debt. Oh, my pages are mixed up. I'm sorry. Debt limit is increased to 122.4. And the next page, then I'm assuming, is the debt servicing. Yep. The debt servicing is increased over the time frame. So that's our ability to pay our payments. Then we go to asset. So here is our assets. You can see here the annual amortization is sitting at 21. And our contributed assets are assets that are given to us by developers for subdivisions. I think that those paint a pretty good picture of what's happened in the 5 years. I think council has been successful in making some positive changes in fiscal sustainability in that 5-year period, and it's nice to see some support in the financial statements of what you're trying to achieve. Based on that, I'd like to take you back to the recommendation and ask the council approve the financial statements, or if you had any questions.
I got the same problem. Councillor Torreson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I was saving my comments till we got all the way through the presentation because, you know, I just looked at a handful of things just on my own time getting these statements. And some of the things that really stood out to me are just, you know, knowing where we came from and where we got to and some of the challenges we've had to overcome in the last few years. I was only just comparing to the 2016 financial statements because they didn't really feel like ours because we were elected in October and took office in November 2016. But some of the big things are like grants. I know not all of it is strictly, you know, the efforts of administration. Some of it's, you know, kind of gifted by the federal government for things like the federal gas tax transfers, but still. Looking at just the straight number, the 2016 number was 11 million, and the 2019 number is 20 million. So just looking at the difference between those two really shows, you know, where those concerted efforts are going to try and maximize the value we can get from the other levels of government to minimize the tax impact on the local ratepayers here. One of the other ones that stood out to me is even something as simple as I think it's the net financial assets that have increased considerably from 2016 to 2019. I had something like 45 million in 2020 or in 2019, sorry, and then 9.1 million in 2016. So just those net financial assets, a lot of it being cash and investments, which again, those investments, we're moving from a time where we would get roughly $200,000 a year in investment income, to a time now where, at least as we make this transition between using utilities to supplement property taxes and using land sales, to a point where the investment income is actually helping to support our property tax initiatives to try and minimize the burden and try and be able to make adjustments on the fly as we go, so that it's not as many peaks and valleys happening for ratepayers. So, I think some of the strategies we've taken have very much accomplished the goal in terms of financial sustainability for our community, as well as, getting ourselves off of the utility revenue, because that money is going to be there when we start having to pay long-term debt payments, and getting ourselves off of land sales that essentially dried up over the course of a year, and we really haven't seen much since then. So I want to, commend the finance staff for pushing us in the right direction, and also all of council for really taking some of those leaps of faith to help us get there, because I think that, it'll give us the ability to really smooth out what we do going forward, and there's less shocks to the ratepayers, and we're able to manage and give a consistent level of service over a number of years without any significant jumps around in property taxes. So, to me, it's really good to see, and I'm happy to see that we can do that, as well as everything we were able to do with this COVID situation. We have a certain amount of resiliency built into this now, where we can make some adjustments, and kind of make some adjustments with what's going on in the world, and say whether or not we are, so that we can make these adjustments so that we can do what's best for the community when it needs it. If we hadn't done what we did, we wouldn't have been able to do this now. So other than that, one of the other things I just want to say is our meeting with the auditor this morning. I just wanted to say that we heard nothing but, positive things in terms of where we've gone to from the process of completing the audit to getting a finished product, and how much more the city really owns the financial statements and does a lot more of the preparing of everything, and is a lot more on top of it, more now than ever. And the processes continue to improve year after year. So that was awesome to hear. And I'm, really happy that we have gotten to a place where, that's the feedback we're getting from the external auditors. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Baker, and then I'll get Councillor Diachuk. I'll get you turned on there, Councillor Baker, just a second. And there you are, Councillor Baker. I think you should.
Am I there?
You are, sir.
Thank you. All I wanted to say is, just for the benefit of all of our council, and certainly I know you all know this, but I have to say it anyway, that next year the proof will be in the pudding because of the tough conditions this year. And what I'm really pleased about, that we have a few extra dollars set aside that could pick up the slack for next year, because there's no question some things will be down. Revenues could be down, expenses could be down, but the net result, I'm not sure that I have a feel of where we'll be 12 months from today, nor does anybody else. But I'm really pleased, Dan, that we've got something there. We have something set aside to look after us tomorrow, because there could be a few bumps over the next 12 months. That's all I'm saying. And thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Diachuk.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. Again, I want to sort of echo some of the things that Councillor Thorson said. And I mean, it's been, when we first started, we weren't able to get detailed reports on line items in the budget to the point where we are now, with this high degree of accountability and transparency, that and also reserves real money that's actually available in the bank, so to speak. And I think that needs to be attributed to, again, the direction from council, but certainly the new people we have in administration, and yourself, I guess Denise as well. And I don't want to, I was part of the interview team, so I'm pretty excited to see that the way you've taken charge, and as well as, the team that you've developed, that you work with, And we heard about that team this morning from our auditor and saying, yes, and Adele did this and we're going to do that. And it was extremely positive. So I think a lot of these sort of informal signals that are coming back to us relative to how well the city is doing are ones that give a really good indicator of where we're going and what the future holds for us. I am excited about the fact that we do have some reserves. The one question I do have is the new software program, and I've forgotten the name of it already, but I know that this past year was the opportune time as we're making a transition into it, pardon me. So I'm wondering, Denise, where we're at on that, and I refresh the name of it. I can't remember what it is anymore.
Am I on?
Yes, you are.
It's called Central Square is our financial, is the company. Great Plains is the software with Diamond. There's a number of.
There we go. Diamond is the one. Yep.
Diamond, yeah. I think we're certainly are in a better position than we were in 2017 when we rolled it over. We still have a ways to go. We want to implement some proper reporting so that it's not automatically generated. So that it is automatically generated. We're blessed to have Adele, who has this data analysis capability that rocks the numbers. She's able to take the data and our Rubik's Cube and spin it out and create financial reports manually for you from that data. However, we have to work hard in order to do that each time and verify it and check it and check it and check it. So as we move forward and we hope to put some money towards some reports from the system, our hope is that we are able to automatically generate those so it's not so tasking on our employees, right? We're getting there.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions for the CFO? Not seeing any, then I will look to council for direction on the 2019 audited consolidated financial statements. Councillor Buckingham.
I move the council approve the City of Lloydminster's audited consolidated financial statements for the year ending this December 31st, 2019 as presented.
Thank you. Councillor Baker, seconder. Thank you very much. Is there any discussion to the motion that's on the floor? Not seeing any, I'll call for the question. All in favor?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, CFO and Adele, for the hard work that your finance teams have done to ensure that we're at our position that we're at today. Before I move on to the next item, I have to apologize. I was going to say a thank you to our legislative services team today that helped ensure that the public hearings went off basically without a hitch. And I want to reach out and say thank you to Marilyn and Rochelle for their efforts, because there was certainly a lot of work put in. And this was the very first time our council and our community has went to a virtual public hearing for a bylaw requesting input from the residents. And I think it went very well. And I just want to say thank you to them for their extra work, because this was something that we're not usually, that we encounter. And from that perspective, I do much appreciate the efforts of the team behind the scenes that make everything happen and make this council meeting move along as it does. So thank you very much. Moving on to item number 7.4, Community Development Services, 7.4.1. I'll look to the city manager.
Thank you, Your Worship. To present 7.4.1 Lloydminster Cultural and Science Center facility options, I'll turn over to the executive manager, Don Stang.
Thank you, City Manager. Good afternoon, Council. Before I walk Council through the admin report for the Lloydminster Cultural and Science Center facility options, I just want to take a second to recap where this project started and how we got to today. We started as an administration with a building committee in April of 2018. And the responsibility or role of that group was to assess the community services building, the library, cultural and science center, heritage building, and the service sports center. To date, we've dealt with the community services building, library, heritage building, and the service sports center. and the Culture and Science Center are tied to the options being presented today. As part of that committee and as part of the options brought forward, administration waited for the cornerstone feasibility study to be completed on the Lloydminster Culture and Science Center. That report was adopted by council, I believe, towards the end of 2019. I'd have to get that date to be exact. I apologize. But the date of the report is July 29th, 2019. And in that report, there were 3 options for replacing that facility. Option number 2, I believe, was the one that was most advantageous with regards to costing. It was recommended at a $14 million new facility. We also have to take into consideration there was an additional $3 million worth of site work that would needed to be required in order to achieve proper drainage around that facility. The Cornerstone report also recommended that the existing building was not feasible to renovate. It identified that there was an approximate cost to renovate just what they refer to in the report as the Bar Colony area, which is the newest portion of that building. The renovation and upgrade costs or upkeep costs for that area was evaluated at $5.4 million and was backed up with the building assessment that was completed as part of that report. After the report was completed and through discussion with council, a request was brought forward to administration to bring forward an option on an interim basis. The interim basis solution was to give a 10-year short-term medium plan to work towards building a new building 10 years from now. Administration presented a lease option to council in February and was asked to pursue looking at lease or negotiating lease rates, and was asked to also do a public engagement as part of that process. Shortly after that presentation and council's direction to move forward in negotiating rates and public engagement, COVID-19 hit and the economy changed to where it is today. As a result, administration was asked to bring forward another more economically feasible option, and that brings us to where we are today with the option being presented. Administration's looking for council to provide direction on June 8th. So although this is a regular council meeting, the only recommendation being sought by council today is that the information is accepted as information. Want to also reiterate that the building is the current building is currently at a point where status quo is not an option. There needs to be significant work in the building to continue operating out of that facility. And administration understands the difficulty and complexity of a decision of this magnitude, and we support the direction council provides for moving the facility forward. And that brings me to the admin report being presented to council today. So I wanted to bring all that information in the context, and what you're going to find attached to the admin report today is a lot of information, including the past reports, as well as the recommendation information RFD that was brought forward to the February 24th council meeting. So the issue, the Lloydminster Culture and Science Center facility is at the end of its serviceable life and is in need of extensive repairs. During the February 24th, 2020 regular council meeting, council approved the recommendation to scout alternative commercial lease space for Lloydminster Culture Center that would house Lloydminster archives, cultural programming, traveling exhibits, city artifact collection exhibits, and to proceed with community engagement. The recommendation and motions from council are noted below. I'm not going to read them, motion number 50, 2020, and motion 51, 2020. The recommendation to move the LCSC to a temporary leased commercial space that could house the Lloydminster Archives programming, traveling exhibits, and provide space to display city's artifacts came at an estimated cost of $1.33 million for the design, construction, and moving cost, along with an estimated annual budget of around $822,000. The request for decision, as presented during the February 24th regular council meeting, is attached in Appendix A. Review of the Culture and Science Center facility confirmed it is at the end of its serviceable life and requires extensive repairs. The most recent report, the LCSC Infrastructure Functional and Sporadic Needs Study, which I refer to as the Cornerstone Report, was presented during November 18, 2020 Governance and Priority Committee meeting, recommending a new building and that current displays be exhibited are in dire need of updating. Additional indications of deterioration of the facility have recently occurred. Most recently on March 24th, we have extended or experienced more roof leaks. And on April 30th and May 6th, we experienced a gas leaks within the facility. And then I would like to report that those leaks the gas leaks have been remediated. They detected a number of leaks that were mostly found in the boiler room, and the contractor acknowledged due to the age of the building, there's likelihood that a number of mechanical structure and insulation and other aspects of the facility facing deterioration. Additionally, Nordic advised that there are a number of oil leaks along with several other concerns on the outdoor unit, the overhead air conditioning unit number 2, and cost estimate was completed to look at what that repair would be, and it's estimated to cost $93,000 plus GST. When the Lloydminster Culture and Science Center closed, along with other municipal facilities, response to COVID-19 pandemic, it was anticipated that culture and programming would return to the facility until it is moved and relocation to a temporary commercial space. While closed, the LCSC maintained some of its full-time staff and continued to offer online content, including painting, tutorial sessions, egg decorating, Fuchs Madness, coffee filter flowers, and virtual art show, and offering experts from the Alice Rendell's personal letters. There are many things we don't know right now with regards to the economy, such as municipal facilities will be able to reopen, and what that may look like when they do reopen with restrictions in place. With reopening, it's anticipated that reduced visitors will be allowed into facilities, as well as extra cleaning and sanitary protocols will be required, as with all city facilities. Due to LCSC's facilities continued deterioration as a result of the economic impacts that were surfacing because of the COVID-19 pandemic, administration was asked to investigate other potential options that could deliver operational savings and less capital investment requirements. Alternative option is to consider utilizing the city's own available spaces rather than proceeding with leasing commercial space on a temporary or mid-term 10-year lease. Potential locations have been identified with the City of Lloydminster's own facilities to house the Lloydminster Archives, programming, and cultural staff offices. A couple of options include developing the Park Center, the PSM Park Center, or the Service Sports Center. The Park Center is large enough to house either the Lloydminster Archives or programming, but not large enough to sustain both. Furthermore, the cost to upgrade the Park Center is estimated at around $500,000. Optimal space located at Service Sports Center that will become available in January of 2021 is large enough for the Lloydminster Archives and programming and cultural staff offices, with the cost of renovations estimated around $400,000. However, the space in the Service Sports Center does not allow enough room to accommodate traveling exhibits and larger displays of the city artifacts collection to be showcased. Moving the above noted to Service Sports Center eliminates the need for the city to pursue leasing commercial space on a 10-year term and creates financial efficiencies of approximately $647,000 annually. This is compared to the option which was presented on February 24th to lease the commercial space. Excuse me. However, the Service Sports Center would take an annual loss of revenue of approximately $104,000 as it will no longer be leasing the 7,000 to 8,000 square feet at Service Sports Center. Renovations at Service Sports Center space could not start until the first part of 21, thus beginning in 2021, and the anticipated cost again is estimated around $400,000. The city is committed to Lloydminster Archives in its current state as provided or as approved by council during the December 16, 29 regular council meeting. The city was decommissioned. If the city was to decommission the LCSE facility in the near future, there may be a requirement for a temporary space until the Service Sports Center space is developed. As such, administration could investigate an alternative temporary location for the archives to operate until this space is developed. Again, as presented during the February 24th, 2020 regular council meeting, Studio 2, formerly known as Saskatchewan Tourism Building, could be developed at an approximate cost of $12,000 to provide office space for collection management staff to continue working on cataloging and logging the city's entire collection, along with deaccession a portion of the current collection. City artifacts could continue to be stored in the Red Barn current location in the museum compound grounds. The museum collection management policy number 76101, as it pertains to the current displays in the Lloydminster Cultural and Science Center facility, could be adhered by the Imhoff paintings, discussions with the Imhoff family regarding the current agreement in place. The Fuchs display would be deaccessioned, and any pieces that could be salvaged could be loaned or gifted to another public institution. Any OTS loaned to Lakeland College or other interested public institution. I just want to point out that that collection management would be applicable in both options, the lease or the option being presented here, or if council chose to build a new facility, again, those options would still need to be adhered to. The potential closure of the LCSE facility does not mean that the outdoor displays located in the compound can no longer be open to visitors. This could continue during the summer months, beginning in 21, between June and September, and manned by hiring summer students that could work outside to showcase and provide tours of the compound. The staff would also utilize Studio 2 as their office space. Relocating cultural programming to Service Sports Center could provide considerable savings to the city of Lloydminster as it utilizes city-owned space, along with reducing overall operating costs and capital investment requirements significantly. However, and I want to note this with some emphasis, that service levels that provide an educational component, such as the traveling exhibits, along with the in-house city artifact displays, would no longer be made available for visitors. A temporary solution to allow some of these artifacts to be viewed could be to display select artifacts within city facilities, similar to what is being done currently by showcasing items at City Hall. There is a reduction of approximately $647 in operating cost, along with a reduction of around $920,000 in capital between the option to lease commercial space and the option being presented today. The City of Lloydminster's intent is to replace the Lloydminster Cultural and Science Center facility, which will require redeveloping a long-term strategy to design and fund the replacement of the Lloydminster Cultural and Science Center. Administration is working on an engagement survey to gain public feedback on the options being presented to council. The alignment to the strategic plan, this is in alignment with the following areas: Sustainable fiscal strategy, closure of the LCSC facility on a permanent basis could provide operational budget savings to allow the city to begin fundraising for a new facility located in the city of Lloydminster within the next 10 years. Just to summarize the budget implications of this option provided today, capital investment would be around $52,000 in 2020, an additional $400,000 required in 2021. The reason for 2021, again, is the space at the Lloydminster Culture and Science Center would not be available until 2021. And then future demolition cost of $400,000. Again, that would be applicable to any option that council wishes to pursue, whether that be a new building right off the bat, a lease, or this option. Operational efficiencies. So due to the reduced service levels, the operation efficiencies that are being projected for this option potentially be around $650,000 per year. And due to the reduced amount of capital required, the cost to, or the capital efficiencies between the lease opportunity and utilizing this this option with reduced service levels could save a capital of $900,000. Again, the attachments include the February 24th request for decision, as well as the building assessments and the cornerstone report that council has seen and reviewed and adopted previously. And I'll pass it back to you, Your Worship, if you have any questions. Your speaker is
Executive
off.
Manager staying. Councillor Diachuk.
Yeah. So thank you, Your Worship. So just a quick question, because one of the, as I was again going through the details on this, and we mentioned the building on the PSM, right? On Bud Miller, but which could not hold both archives and programs, but it could hold one of them. Yet when we go to talk about at Service Sports Center, we mentioned archives, program, and cultural staff could all be in there. So I guess the question I have is that if we're able to perhaps put either archives, let's say the archives into the PSM, would that free up enough space for us to have the mobile displays or whatever that come through? Because I'm just trying to see, when I look at the intent of what the museum is and some of the feedback we've been given, we're giving up a portion of what the museum is intended to do to provide these ongoing displays. So if one of the activities, archives, or let's say the archives go over to that building, does that create enough space in the SCC that they might be able to then do some of these, mobile or whatever the displays that come through?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So sorry if it's causing confusion. The reason the Park Center is even in the equation is the current building, the Culture and Science Center, is extremely close to needing to be moved on from. And as a temporary solution, our programming may need to run out of a facility, i.e. the Park Center, until such time the Service Sports Center space is available. Now, in regards to your question, could we look at permanent moving?
Well, medium or long term, sorry.
Yeah. The 10 years, I guess, is what I referred to.
Okay.
Yes, you're right. That is the medium and short-term solution. One of the archives or programming into that space, would it reduce the need for space at the Service Sports Center? Yes. Could it potentially be used for displaying some of our artifacts? There is potential. Will it accommodate what we currently have today to include both the traveling exhibit and our own exhibits? I think that would be a challenge. Again, I would need to go back to Joelle and look at space allocation, but whatever you're not putting into Service Sports Center would open up some additional space for the other things. So that is a potential. We also have to remember there's only 7,000 square feet available at the Service Sports Center, and that is comparable to the 11,000 to 15,000 square feet we were looking at from a lease perspective. So a lot less space, which means a lot less things fit into that space.
Okay.
We also do programming out of the park center. So if we were to move, you know, the archives there, for example, on a permanent basis, that will have impacts on our summer programming, party events at the BioClean Aquatic Center and other things. Now, again, those are all things that can be evaluated if that's a direction council wishes to pursue and ask us to do that space allocation. But under our current model, we were looking at moving both the programming and archives to Service Sports Center based on the allocation of space that became available at the end of December 2020.
Thank you.
Councilor Torreson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, thank you for all the information. I think this will be really useful going forward. Although reading all of it and going through all of it, it is substantial how much has gone into even where we're at today to try and come to a decision. And it's good to get a chance to get a look at it and maybe get a chance to talk to some people before we do get to the point where we're going to make a decision. Because I think that, you know, for me, it's not a slam dunk any particular way. And I know I was one who kind of said, oh no, we can't, in all years with COVID and with taxes, everything else, we can't do anything, you know, with this necessarily this year because we could get just slaughtered for spending any money on this stuff. But, you know, my view on that has changed since I made those remarks to some of my colleagues on council. And I think that we have to do something. And what the right option is, I'm still not sure. I need to get more feedback from kind of more the users of the facility and the general public to say, okay, we're going to be in a pickle either way. We can't stay where we are. We need to go somewhere. We need to do something different. What are the parts and pieces that are the absolute most important that we keep? And you're going to get varying views on that. I get that, but I'm struggling with what the right call is. And the other thing is there's a little bit different information that I'd like to see, and it's just the way we present it. But to me, it's looking at the all in. So, you know, cash in, cash out over that 10-year period, because I think it makes a very different argument. Because if we're serious about saying, you know, in 10 years, we're going to be in a new building and it's going to be everything we want it to be and more, I think we have to put the full cost in. So that means saying, all right, here's capital cost and operational costs over 10 years of option 1. Here's the operational and capital cost of option 2, because right now we don't have exactly those two numbers, because it's not totally clear to some people that, hey, we could save up $6 million over 10 years to put towards this project under one option because we're reducing the cost of it. But then we have to balance that with what the level of service is that'll be acceptable to the public on this. And I don't like the idea of reducing services. We want to create the quality of life for people who are living here, whether, you know, it's a bad year or a good year. We want that quality of life, and we want, you know, young people and kids to have that nostalgic feeling about Lloydminster, so that they go off and do their exploring and one day want to come back to Lloydminster and make it their permanent home and raise a family here and come back, you know, once they've done their exploring. And part of that is creating the nostalgic feeling. And my concern is, if we go too far and there's not enough service level, do we, you know, reduce that potential that people don't have necessarily that connection to our community? And we don't want to go that far. But at the same time, can we save in a reasonable amount of time to get that awesome product that we can really be proud of and is going to be, you know, a crown jewel in our community? And at the end of the day, what I'm saying is, I don't know how I feel about it yet. I don't know which one is the right answer, and I need to hear from other people to really say, where are we going with this and what is the right one? So I appreciate the information, and I hope that we get a chance to kind of get some more feedback from the general public as to where should this land and what service is really important to people. Is it the exhibit? Is it Imhoff? Is it the programming? Like, what is it that's most important to people that really gets them in the door and really, you know, tickles that artistic streak that some people have? So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Monroe, but I'll get first Executive Manager Stang and his comments, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Monroe.
Yeah, Joelle, thank you, Your Worship. Joelle just gave me, you know, a point that I had forgot with regards to Councillor Diachuk's comment. If we were to use both the Park Center and Service Sports Center, there is a capital expenditure upgrades required at the Park Center as well. So that would have to be taken into consideration. I think we were estimating that cost to be around 500,000 added to the Service Sports Center. That both those together would be roughly $900,000 of capital expenditure. So just wanted to bring that back and close that loop.
Thanks, Executive Manager Stang. Councillor Monroe.
Okay, so I guess I'm echoing some of Councillor Thorson's comments. There's so many moving pieces to this situation, and something that we've been working on obviously for the last few years, like Executive Manager Stang has alluded to, but I think it is imperative. I don't know that June 8th we're going to be able to necessarily make a concrete decision. Even with all the information that has been exhibited to us, there's just so many moving pieces to it, really. And even again, over the weekend, different people reaching out to us once the council package was made public, people contacting and giving us other information that we maybe hadn't been alluded to previously. And I'm not saying that the information that we've been presented with today isn't the way that my mind is necessarily going to go. And I know that as far as council goes and administration and our community as a whole, I mean, I think that we all value the arts and we all value culture, and we all find that to be imperative and important. It's just what pieces are set to move forth first. And I guess for me, even, I know that the sports center for the new arena and new pool and all that, that survey is out currently. So, you know, maybe even in that, is there going to be feedback from those community members that will help us to make a decision in the future of the museum and the Cultural and Science Center as well? I don't know. And I guess I know that we're set to have some sort of engagement in regards to this relocation. And I think that it is going to be imperative that we do hear in the coming weeks what our community has to say. And the utmost thing, obviously, is that I know that that is not a safe working environment currently. I think that's something that we can all agree on. And so I think that that's an imperative message too that needs to be given to our community, is that, you know, what are our next steps? We have to do something, and it's obviously something imminent, but I just want to make sure, I guess, that I have everything to make the best decision I can going forth for the community, and for the community just to know that, you know, this isn't an easy decision that we're making, and we want your feedback. We want to know what you have to say, because it's the only way that we're going to be able to make the decision that's in the best interest of our community. And I guess you hear from so many people, oh, let's keep taxes low, we don't want to raise taxes. But then in the next, people are saying, well, if you have to raise taxes to make this happen, then let's do it. So I guess just that community engagement piece is imperative.
Thank you very much, Executive Manager Stang, and then to Councillor Buckingham.
Sorry, the mute button. I just wanted to follow Councillor Monroe's statements up with a question. I'd be interested in knowing what information we were missing through the process. I believe we provided as much information as we have. So if you have information that we hadn't provided, I would be open to you sharing that with city managers so that we get a full understanding of what that information is.
Sure, and I guess it was just in terms of different ideas that maybe none of us had thought of, right? And by all means, we can share that emails and whatever that was shared with us, but just I know that nobody is perfect no matter what sort of a team that you work on, and sometimes it is you need to think outside of that box that maybe we've tried to, but we've never came up with different situations. And by sharing those ideas with you guys, and perhaps they're completely unfeasible and they don't make sense. And if we share those with you and you or the community has shared those and we are able to say, well, no, we can't do that because of, then I think as long as we are able to justify those, then really moving forward, we don't, we're making the right decisions and for the right reasons. So.
Councillor Buckingham.
Thank you, Your Worship. You know, I think this is an opportunity in disguise somewhat. I'll echo what Councillor Torreson and what Councillor Monroe were saying. Take the opportunity to thank those in the public and from every sector that reached out to us and gave us some feedback and some thoughts that helps us to make a well-rounded decision and moving things forward. The opportunity in this, to me, is this is a major decision that has to be made by this council. But it's a major decision that needs to be engaged in by the community. And I would encourage all of that to continue. We have got that feedback so far, and I'm looking forward to more of it. The more information we can have, the better. The community often asks for an opportunity to engage council. And in a decision such as this is the perfect opportunity to share your voice on the matter. And the more information we get, the better. So thanks to those that have so far. Thanks to administration for all the work they've done getting things to this point. I'm not sure where we are as far as the timeline goes on making a final decision on this stuff. I was one of the councillors that really pushed for that community engagement piece off the bat, along with numerous others. And this is the opportunity. So to make sure the community is fully aware that now is the time, now is the opportunity. Please give us that feedback as much as you possibly can to help guide the decision. I know it's impossible probably to say no one left out, but it's an opportunity. So I would encourage the general public and everybody to take that opportunity and do that. It's a major decision, and it's not taken lightly by any member of this council or any member of administration. So as much feedback and information as we can ascertain from this, the better.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Torreson.
I guess just to kind of add to what's kind of been said around the table, there's one thing that I do know at the end of this. I can't imagine a scenario where everyone's happy. If we're one way or another reducing size or because we cannot find anything that will be suitable for the period that we're looking at, or just the fact that we're not in the same building we were always in, it's not going to have all the same stuff it always had. There's going to be people who aren't going to be happy, and at a certain point we have to own that. But I think what's important to me right now, given that it's not really my area of expertise, my forte, I'm just really interested in knowing what other people think is really important that facility needs to be to them over the next 10 years. It might not have every one of those elements, and it might not make everyone happy, but it's so long as we can find a balance so that we can move into a scenario where we can continue to provide some level of service and start figuring out what the long-term plan is to really make something the community can be proud of. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Diachuk. We'll get you turned on there. Just give it a second.
Anyways, so a couple things. I think there are a couple of pieces that are important to highlight. One is that what is urgent at this moment for us, and I think part of what's urgent is the lease over at the Service Sports Center. And I know that we look at it, and this morning Dion raised an interesting point. We look at it as an extra $100,000. But it's not an extra $100,000. That $100,000 is already going towards the operation of Service Sports Center. So if we say we want to put that money towards building a new one or whatever it is, the reality is that then we need to go find another $100,000. So Service Sports Center has some money. So it's not like it's newfound money, and I think it's important to put that context around it. Secondly, how soon do we have to make a decision around leaving that facility? So from an occupational health and safety, the quality of the building. I don't know what that answer is, but it looks like that drop dead date is getting closer than it ever has been before, based on sort of what we're hearing. Otherwise, we better cut the check and start putting in the air handling unit and looking at all the other leaks and all the other pieces that are there that need to be done there. But I think what's important as well is that we talk about asking the public, saying what do we want. I think the public's going to ask us, what can we afford? Because the other reality is they want to know from our perspective, what's the cost going to be if we build, the museum all by its lonesome, and it's going to take X amount of dollars, and what will that mean to the overall tax rate to the city and the debt and those costs? And guess what? What if we put the library and the museum together? Is there a savings in that? Because we're basically in the same track again to muddy it, the water's up even further, but there's a potential savings. And should that 10-year budget line on the library put right alongside, the one about the museum? Because if we're looking at short-term pain for long-term gain, we should have all that information. The other reality that's just sort of coming around the corner, we do know is, the new Civic. There's going to be something there. So, I mean, what I heard today from Denise is how much money do we have available, and $58 million available for us to borrow. I'm not suggesting we max that number out, but I guess the other part of it is that if you're going to build, now is the time to build. The prices are cheap. You're not going to get it much cheaper. You're not going to get if oil goes back up to $75 a barrel, trust me, we'll be paying 50 to 60% more on anything we build. So there's some pieces around this, I think, that, we need to present in a way that is going to help shape, the consumer's perspective out in the community, because they're going to look at it. Do I have a museum? Do I use it? And what's the impact on my mill rate? Outside of that, I'm not seeing that they're going to be really concerned with more of the information than that. Anyways.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll get the city manager in there, and Councillor Baker, city manager.
Yeah, just want to clarify on that 58 million. That doesn't include the $30 million that we've got committed to the wastewater treatment plant. It's actually up to 40, but we're figuring we're going to be around 30 million, so that brings it down to 28. And we've got another 5 million that's attributed to the fire hall. Plus, we've got potential other projects that we're looking at in the future. So that number isn't 58's not the number. It's probably closer to 25.
Thank you, city manager. That's pretty much, I had 23.9. So you're pretty on that number. Thank you. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I look at it this way. What are the facts? We're told the facts are that the existing building has to go. That's the facts we've been given.
Yep.
So we got to go someplace. And I've already spoke to council about my feelings about disrupting the Bud Miller Park building. That's the day center for that lodge. A lot of it was financed by the Alberta government, a grant by Peter Lougheed. And to shut that building down to the public, other than for archives or something, doesn't sit well with me. The Service Sports Center is too small. We have a tenant that's there and they pay their bills. And I don't know the detail, but I think they want to stay. So if we have to move out of this existing building, because we insist we have to build a new building right where the old one's sitting. I'm not sure why that is, but that's what I believe we've been told. So if we could go out and buy a reasonable used building and not gold brick it, but drywall it, paint it, put down some floor carving, some lighting in it. If you don't have to put in all this special ventilation and humidity, the heating will be a lot less money. You have one major renovation and you use the building for, like the library, 25 years if you have to, or use it for 10 years, who knows? But at the end of the day, when you do get a new building built, you can move out back into your new building, sell the old building, recover some of your costs. The funds you're getting out of the lease space at the Service Sports Center was more luck than good management. It's just we had the space and we're renting it out commercially. And I'm not sure that was the original plan. And I was around when that thing was built. And if we have X number of dollars a year coming out of that building, if you reinvest it in the museum, what is the difference? We're going to invest them in museums somewhere, regardless. And we might be in 3 buildings, or we may be in 2 buildings, the way we're talking. We got 2 utility accounts for each building, and it would just go on and on and on. You look at these numbers, there's so many of them. I'm not sure what the price is. But to me, what makes common sense, if we can't figure out a way to salvage part of that existing museum building, to run the sorting and things, what do you call it? Cataloging, I think they call it, and things like that, and look after the park while they're doing that, so be it. But in any case, if you move once to one building, have your programming in there, your archives in there, and a partial museum, we're talking no rabbit displays or no wildlife displays. We're talking no Imhoff displays possibly. So we get rid of a lot of space when we get rid of those two buildings or two projects. And it's not because we want to, it's because we have to. They're wore out, they're lifed out. So you move once, you make it livable. You don't have to gold brick it. For some reason we got to make it built for 100 years. Well, maybe we do and maybe we don't. But that building, if you're going to build a new one, we can live in it for 10 years and sell it when we're done and recover some of our money. Now, further to my learned friend, Glenn, he talked about a P3. And it didn't get a lot of attention from the city other than you have to charge whatever you do for P3 has to be charged against your allocation of funds. Lending, I guess you want to call it. And we know there's more than one way to do a P3. And that should be investigated properly and looked at. We have to make a decision whether we can live in a portion of that existing museum building until we tear it down, or do we spend not $400,000? How much have we got to spend on the Sask tourism building? I don't know what. We don't need a bunch of offices with walls and private walls, and it can be open space with one little office in the corner, I'm sure, for sorting and doing what they do, or cataloging, I guess. And I just think that we just got too many things involved in this move. Yes, some people will be upset on the intern, but what do you do? The proof is in the pudding if you go and have a look. If we can't renovate or restore the existing building to a point where we can reuse it for some time. So that's where I sit on this project right now. And I hope we have a good look at that before we make any decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Monroe.
I just want to reiterate, it's not that I'm not saying I'm opposed to this idea that's being presented to come back on June 8th. So I would just ask also, in terms of communication with the public, is there anything that's set out to be happening with that? And when is that plan to be rolled out?
I'll look to administration, see the executive manager, Stang.
Yeah, my understanding is our communications director has a survey ready to go out today or tomorrow with regards to engaging the public on it.
Perfect. And so I just finished by sentimenting that, you know, I appreciate all the hard work that has went in through administration and through everybody to get to the point that we are now. And I think that in order to just wrap it all up and come a full 360, the last little bit of it is just to have that public engagement on what they foresee, what the public and the residents and the ratepayers foresee for the future of the LCSC. Not that it's going to change the direction in terms of all the groundwork that has been done, but I just think it's imperative to have that last part just so that we can ensure that our due diligence as a council has been done by communicating with the public. Right? We're doing surveys in other retrospects. So to do it in this, I think is just completely the way to go. So I'm excited to see that survey that's going to be coming out in the next day or two with communications. And I'm happy to hear that administration has had that in place so that we will be having that communication as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fagnan. We'll get you turned on here in a moment.
I got it there. I apologize. I'm having some problems with my connections and I'm going off here. I was just off for the last 8 or 9 minutes. So I'm missing lots. I guess I just caught what Stephanie had mentioned, Councillor Monroe, in regards to the stakeholders. You know, one thing that I've found in chatting with many of the stakeholders is that they feel that you know, they've been shortchanged over the years, and that there's been many promises that have been broken and things that were supposed to happen that didn't happen. And this is going way back. And so I know that I really do believe that we need to give them an opportunity to speak their mind and to have some input there, and just to see, you know, what kind of ideas are out there. There's, you know, we have limited money, we have limited options, but I do believe that we owe them to give them the chance to at least be heard and get some satisfaction out of that. I apologize if that's been said or missed, if that's
Good comments, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? Executive Manager Stang.
Yeah, I just want to add, there has been quite a bit of public engagement through, you know, the past years with regards to the LCSC on the numerous plans that have been brought forward. And again, within the last Cornerstone report, there was public engagement and stakeholder engagement through that process. So I just want to make sure council is aware that it hasn't been from a lack of public engagement. Now, in regards to what are we going to do now? Yes, that's what our communications team has put together to be released today or tomorrow.
Excellent. Thank you, Executive Manager Stang. Any other comments? Not seeing any. I will look for direction from council. Oh, sorry, Councillor Diachuk.
Yeah, so do we need, relative to where the Service Sports Center and the lease, do we need to make a decision today on that, or what pressures are we under there?
I don't, I'll look to administration, Executive Manager Stang.
Yeah, as of right now, they have been notified that their lease isn't being renewed at the end of the year. So that's really where it's at today. If you know, the direction goes in a different location and this space is available, then obviously we would look at re-engaging that, if that's where council wanted us to put that focus.
Okay.
Now, to answer that, the longer there is no direction, the more chance they're finding a new property and relocating.
Yep. I want to make sure we understand that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any other questions?
All right.
I'll look for direction from council on 7.4.1, the Lloydminster Cultural and Science Center facility options.
Your worship, question before you bring the
Certainly,
motion
Councillor.
forward, if I may. We've got the 8th of June in here, and we don't have a business plan. We don't even know what direction we're going to go. So why would we be voting on this on the 8th of June? I have no idea what direction we're going to go. We've got lots of ideas there, but we haven't made a decision what we're even going to do. And that's what we talked about, long-term, short-term, medium-term. We need a business plan. This is taking the same road as the library did for 20 years. At least we got that one started. That's the way I look at it. So what are you going to do? Suggest that
well, then,
on June 8th?
I would suggest then that council accept the Lloydminster Cultural and Science Facility update report as information, and that we receive this information. And at that point, then there'll be some discussions that need to be held with administration to give them some direction.
Would it be in order for me to make that motion, Your Worship?
You certainly could.
Yeah, we'll accept it for information today and leave the date open until we have time to have a really good discussion, and because
so
I think my colleagues, some of them are in the same boat I am. They don't know where we are really financially. We don't really know how many buildings we're going to use.
Okay.
We haven't seen floor plans for the building. So what are we really doing?
So let's deal with, I'd like to deal with the motion on the floor right now. We have a motion, seconder.
So are we doing the motion that's written in our package, or which one are we doing here?
It's a scaled down to that the council accepts that the Cultural Center facility update report as information today.
Your worship, if I could just, so everybody understands, it's the council accept the Lloydminster Cultural and Science Center facility update report as information.
Thank you.
We're trying to capture today, right now.
Yep.
Okay.
Looking for a seconder?
I'll second it.
Councilor Diachuk, thank you. Any further discussion? Not seeing any, I'll call for the question. All in favor?
Thank you, Your worship.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Executive Manager Stang, for that report.
Thank you.
Councilor Diachuk.
Yes, would it be in order then, I guess, just to sort of piggyback on that, is that if we want something back, what exactly do we want to come back? Because I guess if this just drags out and we keep getting more information, is it possible, and I'm not sure I want to make a motion on it, whatever it is, but I guess what I would suggest is that if either through yourself, Your worship, or Andy on, whatever it is that we canvass our council and say, what do you exactly need in that report for that meeting on June the 8th? Because I've heard us talk about a 10-year business plan. What's the cost for, doing the lease versus what's the cost of building new? What's the cost of each of those areas? But that cash, the financial plan needs to be part of that, as those pieces of information. We have a lot of information in the report that's there today, but I guess if we were able to factor out what those costs are for each of those plans, so we can see over 10 years what those costs are, that gives us a better picture, not only for us, but also for our ratepayers as well, to be able to see what that is. Because in the end, I mean, as much as we want to have the library of the future, we also need to be living within our means. It has to be sustainable.
Absolutely.
We can't do something that's, I heard Councillor Baker say it doesn't have to be gold plated, but we need to have something. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can take that away and have that conversation with administration, and certainly canvass council directly for that, to make sure that we're capturing the right information that they're looking for to bring back. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Your worship. By amending that motion, the date doesn't apply anymore. We bring it back when we have further information.
Yeah.
Not just the date.
No,
right?
but I think it's a matter of ensuring that the questions that council has are addressed to administration so they can provide that information.
Your worship, we're going to have some kind of public consultation starting up again.
Yes.
When that gets done, and at the meantime, committee of the whole should be sitting down and looking at this program and saying, what do we really want to do? So that the administration know what we're doing or what we want to do. And if it's a 5-year plan or a 10-year plan, and, lay the rules out, whether they're perfect, that's another story. But I think that's important that we have that in-house meeting before we bring it back to the table.
Okay.
And I think there's some research to be completed.
So noted, Councillor. And I think I've heard that from Councillor Diachuk as well. So I'll be reaching out to council and discussing this with a chat with administration. Thank you very much. And date to be determined.
Yep.
All right. Moving on to the agenda, we move on to 7.5 operations. And City Manager, 7.5.1.
Thank you, Your worship, for 7.5.1 2020 sanitary main replacement construction contractor award. I'll ask James Rogers to present.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me this time?
We certainly can. James, welcome.
Fantastic. Redeemed myself. So before you is the recommendation that Council approve the award of the 2020 sanitary main replacement program construction contractor to Rusway Construction Limited of Lloydminster, Alberta, in the amount of $1,417,320.50, excluding GST, to be allocated from the 2020 capital budget project number 2013601. and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal all necessary documents. In addition, that council approve a contingency allowance of 15% in the amount of $212,598.08, excluding GST, to be allocated from the same capital budget number. An engineering consultant was retained by the city in 2018 to complete the review, assessment, and detailed design of the 2015 sanitary master plan recommended upgrades associated with the 36th Street sanitary sewer trunk. The optimal solution involved rerouting a portion of the sanitary sewer flows from 36th Street trunk to a new sanitary main installed along 48th Avenue before eventually heading north along 45th Avenue within an upsized trunk main. Due to budget and time constraints, 36th Street trunk main sanitary sewer flow rerouting upgrades will be done in phases. We have completed 2 of the 4 phases, and this phase will make up phase 3. Phase 3 will consist of upgrades along 47th Avenue between 41st Street and 40th Street, and 40th Street from 47th Avenue to 48th Avenue. The city issued a bid document to acquire the services of an experienced prime contractor to complete all construction activities for this program on April 17th, 2020. The bid document package was issued and posted to the city's bids and tenders website, as well as provided to the city's pre-qualified deep utility infrastructure replacement contractors. The tender period closed on May 8th, 2020, with 5 bids being received, and all were reviewed for correctness and completeness. As you can see in the table, Rustway Construction Limited was the successful contractor. Construction for this project is anticipated to start at the end of May or early June 2020, and is expected to be completed by September 30th of 2020. I'll turn it back over to Mayor and Council for any questions.
Thank you, James. Questions or comments? Councillor Buckingham, we'll get you turned on there in a second.
Gotcha.
There you are. Thank you.
Thanks, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. That's a pretty busy intersection with a church there, a pretty busy avenue with a church there, and numerous other things. What I didn't see was traffic flows and what the closures are going to look like on 47th to handle that.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Buckingham. We agree that 47th Avenue is a fairly major thoroughfare with an elementary school to the south, a fairly well-used church, and then a couple other hotspots. So we will be following our traffic accommodation plan that we implemented as part of last year's construction. We noted some good successes with the signage we implemented, the pre-warning advertising, the use of larger construction signage. And then we've already implemented that, so residents in the area or users of that area should already have a bit of an understanding of what traffic accommodation is going to look like while we were on 47th Avenue. We are going to maintain full access to the church and everything to the south. The dog park along 47th Avenue will be affected, but it will maintain open if allowed to do so as part of the Saskatchewan Health Authority and those reopen phases. But if council would like, we do have a signage requirement plan as part of our tender document that we can make available.
Thank you. I know I've heard from a few residents in the area that received letters saying that we were going to be doing this stuff and what they could expect there. So that's good. But it is a major place with a couple of major amenities with schools and churches and dog parks and all of that kind of stuff. So thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? Pretty straightforward, James. From the perspective you talked about phase 3, have we been able to successfully, and refresh my memory, tackle a phase each year for the last 3 years? Is that what's been going on?
Actually, last year we were quite successful. We were able to complete the first 2 phases, and that included 45th Avenue between 44 and 45th Street, or 46th Street, I'm sorry, but as well as 47th Avenue between 41st Street and 44th Street. So we are 2 phases ahead. We will complete the third this year, and then hopefully the 4th next year.
That would be terrific. I'm sure the residents in that area would appreciate that very much. Any other questions or comments for James? Not seeing any, I'll look for direction on my agenda. So make sure I follow this. 7.5.1, the 2020 sanitary main replacement construction contractor award. Councillor Buckingham, we'll get you turned on. There you are.
I move the council approve the award of the 2020 sanitary main replacement program construction contractor to Rusway Construction Limited of Lloydminster, Alberta in the amount of $1,417,320.50, excluding GST, to be allocated from the 2020 capital budget, project number 2013601, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal all necessary documents. In addition, the council approve a contingency allowance of 15% in the amount of $212,598.08, excluding GST, to be allocated from the approved capital budget, project number 2013601.
Thank you. I'll look to council for direction on a seconder. Councillor Fagnan, thank you very much. Any further discussion on the motion before us? Not seeing any. I will ask you to raise your hand for all in favor.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Moving to 7.5.2, and I believe that's back to you, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Again, before you is the recommendation that council approve the award of the 2020 water and sewer replacement program construction contractor to Rusway Construction Limited of Lloydminster, Alberta, in the amount of $877,629, excluding GST, to be allocated from the 2020 capital budget project number 2013621, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal all necessary documents. In addition, that council approve a contingency allowance of 15% in the amount of $131,644.35, excluding GST, to be allocated from the 2020 capital budget project number 2013621. The Water and Sewer Main Replacement Program is an annual program intended for replacing and upgrading aging municipal infrastructure. This year's program is to upgrade and replace the city's municipal mains that were installed prior to and around the 1950s, while also improving the roadway and other surface conditions on 50th Street between 51 Avenue and 52nd Avenue. This program will again include all municipal servicing as well as complete road reconstruction from curb to curb. The city issued a bid document to acquire the services of an experienced prime contractor to complete all construction activities for this program on April 14th, 2020. The bid document package was issued and posted to the city's bids and tenders website, as well as provided to the city's pre-qualified deep utility infrastructure replacement contractors. The tender period closed on April 29th, 2020, with 7 bids being received, and all were reviewed for correctness and completeness. In the table below, you can see that Rusway Construction Limited again was the low bidder. Construction for this project is anticipated to start at the end of May or early in June, and is anticipated to be completed by August 31st, 2020. I'll turn it back over to Mayor and Council for any questions.
Thank you very much, James. Questions or comments? Again, a much needed project, James, that I think that the community is aware of. It is challenging when we have to rip up a street and dig it down, but at the same token, if we're going to see those pipes replaced, there's no choice in the matter, right? It's something that needs to be done. So thank you. Councillor Torreson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one thing I either picked up on or missed. So one of the things I noticed is the consulting fees. There's nothing listed there. So is this one that the city's doing on their own?
Yes, thank you for your question, Councillor Torreson. Yes, so this program will be managed by in-house staff within our engineering services team.
Thank you. Just as a general question, there's no like allocation of costs that go toward capital or anything like that. It would just be part of the engineering operating expense, I guess, of the department.
If I understand your
I'm not implying that there's a right or wrong answer, by the way. I'm just curious.
No, there is no allocation from this budget to engineering services operating budget. We just don't have those costs, so we can extend our construction contractors' work and the extents that we can actually do.
Right on. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Any other questions or comments? Again, James, it was referred to by Councillor Buckingham in the last item. I imagine there is a traffic plan to accommodate, because 50th is not one of the slower streets in our community.
Yes, absolutely. One of the things that we've started implementing in the last couple of years is actually mandating or including in our bid documents a minimum signage plan and the requirements of that minimum signage plan, just so that we have all contractors bidding on the same item, but at the same time ensuring that our residents, our businesses, as well as our city processes are all checked off, and everybody is aware of construction is safe, and those maybe new to the area know how to get around our construction sites.
Thank you, James. One last question. We've talked about it throughout this council meeting, and this is a good time to discuss this, I believe. COVID-19, is that going to impact the potential, because the nature of the work is not usually side by side, but there is sometimes close contact for the installations of the new piping. So how is the city and the contractor prepared to deal with that moving forward to ensure that we won't have delays? Because the last thing someone wants is the hole opened and we're not able to complete the job because of regulations. So Could you comment on that?
No, thank you. Thank you for bringing up. That's a very valid point. We will have to access residences or businesses to hook up temporary water. We do have contractors that will have to work fairly close to each other to simply do the work that they need to do. We have put that requirement back onto our contractors. We've done that with through working with procurement as well as safety, to come up with those requirements, how we will get that back to our contractors, and how ultimately we will monitor and help the contractors adhere to all of our public health orders as well as our state of local emergency. So it is definitely something that we're going to have to deal with, but everybody is on board and willing to work within it.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. I appreciate you bringing the various teams, the city together to ensure that the contractors is not one of those extra surprises that the contractor is not aware of. And I'm sure each municipality, government at various levels are going through that as we go through the contracting process. So I do appreciate that. Thank you. Any other questions for James? Not seeing any. I'll look for direction from council on 7.5.2. Councillor Buckingham.
The council approved the award of the 2020 Water and Sewer Replacement Program construction contractor to Restway Construction Limited of Lloydminster, Alberta, in the amount of $877,629, excluding GST, to be allocated from the 2020 capital budget, project number 2013621, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal all necessary documents. In addition, the council approve a contingency allowance of 15% in the amount of $131,644.35, excluding GST, to be allocated from the 2020 capital budget, project number 2013621.
Thank you. Look for council for a seconder. Councillor Diachuk, thank you very much. Is there any further questions or comments on the motion before us? Not seeing any. I'll call for the question. All in favor, please raise your hand.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Opposed? Carried. Councillor Torreson is going to recluse himself, removed. Thank you very much. James, I'll turn it on to you to 7.5.3 through the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I've made this recommendation extremely wordy, so Councillor Buckingham has a final task here today. The recommendation is that Council approve the award of the 2020 Street Improvement Program construction project to ASL Paving Limited of Lloydminster, Saskatchewan, in the amount of $1,591,435.48, excluding GST, to be allocated from the 2020 capital budget project numbers 2013608, 2013616, 2013619, and 2034009, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal all necessary documents. In addition, that council approve a contingency allowance of 10% in the amount of $159,000 $143.55, excluding GST, to be allocated from the same project numbers. The 2020 Street Improvement Program is an annual program that maintains and improves the city's transportation systems and surface works infrastructure. The Street Improvement Program repairs and replaces city infrastructure on the surface within the road right-of-way. The program will be divided into 3 major categories, and the locations are as follows. We have the street improvement, we have asphalt trail improvements, as well as we have airport taxiway improvements. The city issued a bid document to acquire the services of an experienced prime contractor to complete all construction activities for this program on April 16th, 2020. The bid document package was issued and posted on the city's bids and tenders website, as well as provided to all the city's pre-qualified surface works contractors. The tender period closed on May 6, 2020, with 4 bids being received and all reviewed for completeness and correctness. As seen in the table below, ASL Paving Limited was the lowest bidder and therefore successful. Construction for this project is anticipated to start in June 2020 and is expected to be completed by September 15th, 2020. I'll turn it over to Mayor and Council for any questions.
Thank you very much, James. Questions or comments? No questions, no comments. I think it's pretty straightforward. Appreciate, James, that I believe every taxpayer appreciates street repair in whatever format it makes, and certainly having a much more intent description of some new asphalt being laid is always appreciated, rather than just pothole repair, which another team at the city continues to maintain, and I appreciate very much. But I think that the streets that are noted certainly have some issues as noted, and they will be addressed in this project. So appreciate that very much. Any other comments from any councillors? Not seeing any. I'll look for direction from council on 7.5.3. Councillor Buckingham.
I looked to see if anybody else was going to do it.
No, I didn't see any other arms up.
No. I move that council approve the award of the 2020 Street Improvement Program construction project to ASL Paving Limited of Lloydminster, Saskatchewan in the amount of $1,591,435.48, excluding GST, to be allocated from the 2020 capital budget, project numbers 2013608, 2013616, 2013619, and 2034009, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal all necessary documents. In addition, the council approve a contingency allowance of 10% in the amount of $159,143.55, excluding GST, to be allocated from the 2020 capital budget, project numbers 2013608, 2013616, 2013619, and 2034009.
Thank you, Councillor. Looking for a seconder for that motion. Councillor Diachuk, thank you. Any further discussion on the motion before us? Not seeing any. I'm going to call for the city clerk. Did you have something to say? Oh, I think he's speaking from that perspective. Okay, I'll call for the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much.
If I could interrupt, Your Worship, if we could establish if Councillor Baker is still online.
Okay.
We don't have his camera, but we see that he's still showing in the meeting.
Councillor Baker?
I'm coming.
Okay. We haven't had you for the last couple. My apologies.
I think I'm coming.
Okay. There you are. Good. You're still with us. Gotcha. Thank you very much,
Many
Councillor.
things to do, Your Worship.
I do appreciate. All right. Good. Thank you very much, James. Good luck on those projects. We'll look forward to it, and look forward to the progress reports as things start to happen.
Yes, thank you very much, Council.
Thank you. All right, moving on to agenda item number 8, bylaws. I'll look to the city manager.
Thank you, Worship. For number 8.1, bylaw 11-2020, medium density R4 to row house residential R3. Land use bylaw 5, 2016 amendment. I'll ask Natasha from planning to present.
We'll get Natasha on here momentarily. Natasha, there you go.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm
You're
here
welcome.
today to ask Council to grant second and third reading to bylaw number 11, 2020, being a bylaw to amend land use bylaw 5, 2016 from R4 medium density residential to R3 row house residential on the lands described within the report. Administration received an application to redistrict the subject lands to accommodate for the construction of approximately 14 single-story row house dwelling units. A conceptual site plan, elevations, and rendering have been attached for informational purposes only. At this time, no development permit has been received or has been considered by administration, as it is subject to bylaw approval first. The development will be required to comply with all provisions of the land use bylaw prior to the issuance of a development permit. Referrals were circulated internally, externally, and to adjacent landowners in February 2020. During the referral period, no concerns were brought to the attention of administration. During the March 16th Governments and Priorities Committee meeting, administration provided information regarding this proposed development. Council granted first reading to bylaw number 11, 2020 on the April 6th, 2020 regular council meeting, as well as advertised the public hearing in the May 7th, 14th, and 21st editions of the Meridian Source. No changes have been made to the bylaw since it was last presented, as well as a public hearing took place during today's council meeting. Back to you, Your Worship, for questions.
Thank you, Natasha. Questions or comments, council? Not seeing any questions. I'll call one more time, but I'll look for direction from council if there's no discussion or questions that need to be answered by Natasha. Not seeing any, I'll look for direction from council on bylaw 8.1, the bylaw 11-2020, medium density residential R4 district to row house residential R3 district. Councillor Thorson. We'll get you turned on there in a second, Yart.
I move that council grants second reading to bylaw number 11-2020, being a bylaw to amend lot 22, block 11, plan 102195839 within Southwest Quarter Section 26, Township 49, Range 28, west of 3rd Meridian on land use map, being part 4 of bylaw 5-2016 to R3 row house residential district.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm looking for a seconder. Councillor Monroe. Any further discussion on the bylaw being proposed? Not seeing any, I'll call for the question. All in favor?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Opposed? Carried. I'll look to council for direction. Councillor Thorson.
I move that council grant third and final reading to bylaw number 11-2020, being a bylaw to amend lot 22, block 11, plan 102195839 within Southwest Quarter Section 26, Township 49, Range 28, west of 3rd Meridian on land use map, being part 4 of bylaw 5-2016 to R3 row house residential district.
Thank you. Looking to council for a seconder. Councillor Monroe, thank you very much. Any further discussion on the proposed bylaw? Not seeing any, I'll call for the question. All in favor?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Opposed? Carried. Returning back to you, Natasha, through the city manager for 8.2.
Thank you, Your Worship. Pertaining to bylaw 12, 2020, an application was received to amend the land use bylaw 5, 2016 by adding aesthetic shops and health services as discretionary uses within the medium industrial I2 district. The medium industrial district is currently comprised of a wide range of industrial uses, including but not limited to fleet services, equipment repair shops, and industrial storage, but also does include limited commercial uses such as offices and amusement establishments. Based on some of the discussion that occurred during the public hearing, I can confirm that the bowling alley is under the use class of participant rec services indoors. In 2017, council approved bylaw 11/2017, which added participant rec services as a discretionary use within the district. They do have a use approval and a business license for operation in their location. Back to the application at hand, this amendment is not site-specific in nature, and should it be approved, will affect all properties within the I2 district. As per the land use bylaw, the purpose of the I2 district is to provide for industrial uses that carry out a portion of their operations outdoor or require outdoor storage areas. Any nuisances associated with these uses should not extend beyond the boundaries of the site. The proposed amendment also conflicts with policy 10.1.7 of the MDP, which states that the city should restrict non-industrial uses, example commercial uses, to those areas designated for industrial development. The purpose of this practice is to protect industrial districts from becoming diluted with incompatible commercial uses, which may pose as opposition for industrial uses intended for these districts. Additionally, the inclusion of these two commercial uses, being aesthetic shops and health services, may encourage others to make similar applications to allow for commercial uses within our industrial districts. This would further lead to reducing opportunities for heavy industrial uses within these industrial districts. If this amendment is approved, the City of Lloydminster will begin to set precedents on how the previously identified policy within the MDP is interpreted, that being that the city's industrial lands are not truly for the exclusive development of industrial uses. The intent of the MDP and the land use bylaw is to set the long-term vision for the city and provide a framework for development which aligns with the city's visions. Amendments that are responsive in nature will have long-term effects on the community as well as our growth and development. Once uses are approved within a district, it is extremely difficult to remove them, as uses will continue to exist and be classified as legal non-conforming. Additionally, since the public hearing, administration has looked into the Bobcats. It has been evaluated along both sides of the street that there is no use approval that pertains to the services that the Bobcats currently offer. Additionally, we did pull business licenses and nothing was noted in this area associated to the Bobcats. Administration has committed to looking into this matter further within this area. Therefore, with the information presented and the research completed by administration, we are recommending that council not grant second and third reading to bylaw number 12/2020. Back to you, your worship, for questions.
Thank you very much, Natasha. Questions or comments? Councillor Baker.
Your worship, I'm not just sure how this all fits together, but we have existing businesses up there that are non-conforming.
Currently
Is that
one, I
correct?
believe, currently there could be one from what I
The bowling
understand.
alley and the health center where the Bobcats are at. That's a
Actually,
different
Councillor,
building.
the bowling alley was approved in 2017 and meets Natasha, could you explain that just one more time, please?
Yeah, so in 2017, an application was brought forward to add participant rec services indoors as a discretionary use within the I2 district. That amendment was approved by the council of the day. Since then, the bowling alley has received a use approval and a business license, and they are legally operational. The Bobcats, on the other hand, we were not able to find information pertaining to the operation there, and we will be looking into that.
Your worship, if in 2017 that was approved, that was this council.
It was.
I don't recall, and it doesn't really matter. If we allow one, you got to allow them all to do it. So I don't know what happened in 2017, but obviously the bowling alley got what they wanted. And I find it pretty hard to say, well, they got it, but you can't. These folks, what I saw today, they're going to use a little bit of the front office. And I know there's a lot of empty buildings up there. And any little bit of rent people can get to kind of hold their businesses together and certainly raise a few bucks to help pay for their taxes should be considered. Whether you grant if you did grant a permit to do it, you know, maybe it's a discretionary thing for 2 years and you'd reevaluate, or 3 years or something. But I don't know how we can turn this down, yet we approved the bowling alley. It just doesn't, it's not just. A bowling alley is no more industrial than what these folks are doing, in my opinion. I'm not sure of the definition, so, and I think I was in the Bobcats once, the building they have up there. That's a hockey team looking for a place for the kids to work out. There's a gymnasium and things there. I don't think it hurts anything. The building's empty. So I'm just wondering how we deal with that, but I would have a hard time turning this down based on what we've done with the bowling alley. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Diachuk. We'll just get you turned on there in a second.
Keep forgetting. So Natasha, the description for the bowling alley was what was it? Indoor what?
Participant rec services indoor.
So this spa or whatever these people wanted, that wouldn't be qualified under that umbrella at all, period.
No, they would fall under aesthetic shops, and then depending on what they do, health services.
Okay. Now, and I see in the recommendation, I guess one of the barriers or one of the troubling parts of this is that ensuring that we have adequate industrial space going forward for industrial purposes, where people are storing equipment outside and want those larger lots and whatever. And so the risk I hear you say we run is that by allowing other businesses to come in, all of a sudden there's a bit of a conflict, because they may not want a particular industry to come and settle by them. And that would be a conflict for us down the road, because I don't like your piping and noisy business, because when I try to do my massage parlor, it's too noisy and I can't run my business now.
Yeah.
So that's part of the potential conflict. Okay.
I can also just provide you the definition of participant rec services indoors here. It means the development providing facilities within an enclosed building for sports and active recreation where patrons, predominantly participants, and any spectators are incidental and attend on a non-reoccurring basis. And that's the classification that the bowling alley currently falls under.
So the hockey people would not be non-reoccurring because they go there on a regular basis, the same people.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay, I got the city manager, Councillor Baker, and then Councillor Buckingham. City manager.
Natasha, just want to confirm, with the bowling alley, was that a change to the land use bylaw in 2017, or is it a permitted or discretionary use under the heading that you had mentioned, the recreation one?
Yeah. So the change that was brought forward in 2017 was a text amendment, very similar in nature as the one that we're contemplating today. It was never listed as a permitted or discretionary use. The bowling alley found a location and brought forward an amendment, and was considered by council from there.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Roger. The question I asked earlier today was, if we were to allow this to happen, what are they classed as? Did we say industrial? They would have to follow industrial taxation and industrial rules. Somebody said something and I didn't catch it at the time. I don't know, was...
I'll look to the city manager.
Yeah, they'd be taxed under non-residential. I think Doug had mentioned they'd be assessed under industrial. I want to check into that, because I think the commercial part of the building would be assessed as commercial, the other as industrial for the remaining, but that's I want to clarify that before
for sure.
Confirming, but tax-wise, there'd be no difference whether they're industrial or commercial, other than their assessment might be altered.
So it would be the same tax rate, Councillor Baker, either way, if it was industrial. Or
yeah, and I just wanted to clarify that. I didn't. Well, I have a real struggle if a bowling alley can be there, and I know that where the Bobcats are, there's nobody there. The building's empty, so, and there's lots of space right now, for sure, but I'd hate to see them get chased away and sit there with an empty building. That's all. Thank you.
Councillor Buckingham.
Thank you, Worship. Just a point of clarification, I think there's some confusion around what we're talking about when we're talking about the Bobcats space. It's not the Bobcats or the Bobcats business operations or the hockey team that the manager of planning is referring to. It's another business which is inside that Bobcats location, not the actual Bobcats or the hockey thing. And to the best of my knowledge, there is still a business that occupies the other half of that building as well, and the upstairs. But it's not the Bobcats themselves that are in question here.
Councillor Baker?
I fully understand that. I know I know what's going on up there. The Bobcats and this other organization might be in the same building. Well, this is the same thing. These folks want to use some of the office space. There's a paving company works out of the other half of the building. So what's the difference? At least there's a paving company in half the building.
Yeah.
So there's no difference as far as I'm concerned. I just think it's unjust to say one you can do it and one you can't do it. And the only connection is because the presenters today brought up examples of other people that are doing it. And one was the Bobcats, and that's why I'm using that, along with that health company that was in there as well. That's why. So that was my reasoning for bringing up the Councillor Buckingham.
Yeah, if I might, Your Worship, I think that's the question now, is that planning saying, wait a minute, we didn't know that was there.
Yeah, absolutely. From that perspective. Councillor Fagnan. We'll get you turned on there.
As far as the bowling alley goes, I do believe that, precedence has been set, and we've been the council that has approved it. So I would have great difficulty not approving this as well. On the zoning side of things, taking a look at some of the things that are going to be happening in the future, I mentioned this, I think, at the GPC, was that more and more larger cities are utilizing some of their industrial area that's not being used as much any longer, and allowing smaller commercial or lighter industrial going into those areas where it's been traditional, and even some retail for some stores and things. So I think it's all going to be in a matter of time. When you take a look at the money we're spending on infrastructure downtown, I mean, it's huge amounts of dollars just to get a few blocks. And if you're able to keep that infrastructure a little bit more condensed, that would be fine. I'm certainly not as far as industrial going into a lighter side of things, or commercial, but the other way around, I really don't have many problems with it. But my main point is, I think we as a council approved a bowling alley going into that, and call it whatever you want. I just think that a precedent has been set, and it would be pretty hypocritical for us not to allow one and then not another.
Councillor Torreson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess, I understand what everyone's saying as far as precedents being set and all of those items, and maybe it is hypocritical, and I guess I'll wear this later potentially, but I'm kind of on this one. I'm of the opinion that we have spent a tremendous amount of resources, and we spend a tremendous amount of resources on an annual basis to have planning staff, to have master plans, to have MDPs, to have land use bylaws that are created and worded in specific ways to make sure we've got the right uses for the right property types, so we can manage our growth and manage our space availability for the different types of services and operations you can get in the city. And I just don't, I don't see why we would completely throw that away. To me, the bowling alley still, to a certain extent, fits, although I think of other kind of indoor rec things that would be probably, in my mind, that would fit with that definition also, which is like those indoor play parks where you need the large structures. So, there's kind of a bigger picture of other items like that make sense, that would need to be that medium industrial. So I think that there's an argument you could make that size and type of building can only go in so many types of places. You can't just do backfill in any commercial space to put something like that in. So there's an argument that the decision was right for that one, and the decision can be different for this one, because I think that, you know, this type of business could go in just about any space in town, on the commercial side. And I understand, you know, the difficulties that different property owners are going to have, and it's not going to be a popular opinion that I have, but I just don't see the value in throwing out the land use bylaw on this particular one. So that's just my opinion.
I can say from a land use bylaw perspective, further to what Councillor Torreson was saying, it isn't uncommon for municipalities to allow the indoor participant rec services in industrial areas because of the size of the buildings. They need large indoor bounce parks, large indoor play gyms, that type of thing. It is a growing trend to see those within industrial parks.
Thank you. Councillor Fagnan, did you have your hand up to speak?
Yeah, I think, you know, I think that the owner brought up a very interesting point there today. And there again, that's looking into the future and how things are going to be changing when we take a look at how the internet is literally changing how we buy and sell things, and it's just going to be more predominant as we move along. And so I really do believe you need to look at the future and to be a little bit proactive. I understand all the, you know, the different zoning and all the, you know, the planning, and that's all there, but things are changing, and I believe in keeping some order. There's no question about it, but I think that we need to take a look at the future and see how this is going to affect us. And there's going to be some huge changes. You can see what's going on here with COVID-19. It's going to be huge on how things are done. And they're talking as far as on the commercial spaces in downtown areas and other as well. It's going to be some big changes coming up. So it's just something to be aware of. That's for sure.
Councillor Diachuk.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything anybody said to this point. I guess the one thing that I felt a little bit, I felt I was given a bit of the goods today when we were given a presentation on the building, though, because if you're running an aesthetic shop, she pointed out 2 sinks, which will never work if you're going to do your hair. Those sinks, if you've ever been anywhere to get your hair cut. So there needs to be extensive work to be done to those buildings and to those individual spaces. The comment she made was, you know, that individual is going to sublease out. So if all of us councillors were in the hair business, we'd go and rent a room from her and then have to do the modernizations in that building. And that's going to be a lot of coin in terms of that backfill in those rooms. And if they're doing the massage, I mean, that's a lot simpler. You want the silence and not the industrial noise. So there's some pieces around this that I didn't feel like what I was hearing was matching what and seeing in the building was matching what was going to go into that building. So that was just another observation for what it's worth.
Thank you. Certainly I'm trying to balance the information presented and look at this, because I certainly hear what has been said about how things are changing, and I appreciate that very much. From the perspective of the other side is we start to go down that slippery slope, I believe, if we start to allow the commercial to move. And again, is that because of the economics? It's the changing of the game, and it may come, and I'm not sure if I'm quite ready to accept that change. And maybe I'm being an eternal optimist, hoping that we're going to see a rebirth of our oil and gas industry to a newer extent. What that looks like, I'm not sure. But from that perspective, and if we weren't in the situation we were in, we likely wouldn't be entertaining this, because that space would have been leased out. So it is, I believe, being driven by the current economic situation. And we know that that goes in spurts. It goes up and it goes down, and we're in a down. There's no doubt about it. But the building was built with the purpose of, I believe, more than aesthetics at the time, with the hope that from that perspective. And a lot of those buildings were built for that purpose. So all of a sudden, if we move to this, we could see a massive amount of buildings being changed to commercial. And if we were to have industrial upsurge, we would be in a position that we would be without having enough property potentially to meet the needs. And once you've taken it out of play, it's going to be a lot harder to put it back in play, in my opinion. And that's just my opinion. I'm not in the land holding business or the property management business, so I'm not sure. And I know things can be built fairly quickly and demolished. So it raises a real question. And my concern again is that based on long-term, because the decisions we make will have ramifications, as it's noted here today, for a long, long time. And in the case of the bowling alley, I believe that there was a need in the community, and there was a great deal of searching for over 2 years, if not 3 years, that they were looking to find a place to locate the bowling alley as a service to the community, as the greater community. And in this case, it's broad ranging, the number of people that are served by the bowling alley. I don't know if we can compare the bowling alley to a single standalone business, such as an esthetician in this case. From my perspective, that's what I'd like to share. I believe I saw another hand up. Councillor Dunn.
So I guess a quick question, Natasha, is that if we approve this and it gets really noisy out there, and the individual license owners that are out there leasing that space, who would the complaint come from if they didn't like the noise level? Does it have to come from the business owner, or does it have to come from the building owner? And do we have the tools to be able to respond to that?
Thank you. That's a good question, Councillor Diachek. Realistically, anybody could make a complaint. However, being in an industrial area, they have to be well aware of the risk around noise and dust that will occur within the area. And we have determined certain thresholds of what's acceptable. And 100% that risk would be borne by them. We do the best in our new developments to put measures in place to mitigate and control dust, noise, and sound. But when you're operating out of the same building, that's just something we couldn't control.
Okay.
Planning does have one more comment that we would like to make. We do believe and acknowledge that part of this application is in response to the economy we are facing right now. However, even just taking into consideration right now, the city and planning is investing in DART and as well as our commercial areas. And by opening up our industrial areas to the dilution of health services and aesthetic shops, we could be potentially doing a significant disservice to our commercial areas as well as our downtown, which is looking for businesses like this by allowing them to exist in a significant number of districts within the city, as well as we previously alluded to council that if you consider adding these within the I2 district, we would, as discretionary uses, our recommendation would be to mimic it down by also adding them as discretionary uses within I1 and C5.
Thank you, Natasha. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Richard. The issue of them moving into an industrial area. I asked that question earlier about that at the GPC meeting, I think it was, about whose rules do they follow? Well, if you move into a GP area, you take where the canola plant is. I don't think everybody around there bought into that, but we built it there. And you live with it. And you're residential one. And you can say, well, some other council did that. But the canola plant's where it is. And there's businesses around there and residential around there that live with it every day of the year. So if you move to an area and the action is already there, commercial or industrial action, you live with it. But we have a situation we're going to deal with later today. It's in an R1 district, maybe R2, and they want to change it to commercial. So, you know, what's going on here? A whole block of R1 or R2, and it's request to do something different with it. So if you move out there, or if this outfit moves out there, they put up with it or they get out. And I'm betting they'll be there 2 years or a year and they'll be gone. They're a long way from nowhere out there. But I don't know, whatever.
I'll look for any other comments from council. City Manager.
The only comment I'd make to Councillor Baker's comment there is they'll be there for a year or two and then they'll be gone. But in the meantime, we've changed the whole districting for everybody to move out there. And so now if, if the intent's that they might move back, now are we changing it back again to strictly I2 and to a heavier industrial? That's my only comment to that is, if that's the insinuation we're going by, I'm concerned with that because we, if that's their intention, because we were changing this whole district to essentially allow these types of businesses. So that's just want to comment on that.
If I may just respond, I don't disagree with you totally on, but we've already let the bowling alley go out there. If we hadn't have done that, it'd been a lot easier decision. But it was this council that made that decision.
Yeah, the only thing though to keep in mind is that it's a much different kind of business or operation. They need the bigger size, the bigger space, the activities contained inside.
You can slice it any way you want.
Yeah.
We don't have any rules that say you have 400 square feet or 1,400 square feet. That's the way it is. You got restaurants that have 700 square feet and you got restaurants that got 17,000 square feet. It really doesn't matter. They're in a zone, they're in a zone. But that's okay. It's fine. I just want to express my opinion now. That's
Absolutely. Councillor Fagnan. Then
Yeah.
I'll get Councillor Monroe.
Taking a look at from a business perspective, personally, I think that's not a great location for them. I wouldn't want to be in that business and be out in the industrial area. I'd rather be in the main traffic flow. So I don't think there'd be a bunch of people knocking down the doors to get into those types of areas. It's I think it's more conducive to be in a higher traffic area and not only get your clients, but also have some opportunities for walk-in traffic as well. So I can't see there being a big demand for that type of business going out into a light industrial area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Monroe.
I guess there's been a lot of good points. I've been listening to everybody's comments on this one. But I think at the end of the day, one of our mandates is to be fiscally responsible. And we're spending a lot of money in regards to planning, like Councillor Thorson said, but also we have put a lot of money into the DARP and into community engagement for the downtown and different areas within our community. I'm very much of support of new businesses opening and economic development within our community. But I think that there are ample opportunities and ample rental spaces at this point. In other areas of our community that are already have the land use bylaws in place for this type of business. So I would be prepared to make the motion if everybody's done with their.
Any other comments before I entertain a motion? Certainly, Councillor Monroe.
Oh, sorry, can someone just, don't have it on my screen. Can someone else just put it? I thought it was on the main screen, sorry. I clicked on the wrong one.
There are two motions there, Councillor, the one that not grant second reading or the one to grant second reading.
Yeah, I'm not going to grant second reading.
So then the motion would be that council
Right,
not.
yeah. Okay, that council not grant second reading to bylaw number 12-2020 being a bylaw to amend the text land use bylaw number 5-2016 within the medium industrial I2 district.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Thorson. Any further discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. I'll call for all those in favor of the motion.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Opposed? Carried.
Where's the rest of the team, Your Worship?
Voted.
I didn't see their picture up there.
Oh, yeah. There, I've got everybody here, Councillor.
Well, how did the vote go? I didn't see it.
5-2.
Thank you.
You're welcome. From back to Natasha through City Manager for 8.3.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're here to ask Council to grant second and third reading to bylaw number 19/2020, being a bylaw to amend land use bylaw 5/26, or being a bylaw to amend the Municipal Development Plan 1/2013 from residential to commercial. In April of this year, administration received an application to amend the future land use designation of the lands described above from residential to commercial. The intent of this application was to reutilize an existing single detached dwelling as an office. The applicant has stated that the office would be used by an insurance broker. The application was submitted along with an application to amend the land use bylaw for the same lands. Though that application is contemplated in bylaw 17/2020. The 21-day referral period was initiated and ended on April 24th, 2020. Through that referral period, we only received one comment from adjacent landowners, and some of those comments and concerns were discussed during the public hearing earlier today. As well as in the opinion of administration, those concerns pertained specifically to the land use bylaw amendment opposed to the MDP amendment. The subject property is located adjacent to commercial lands on the west and south and residential lands on the north and east. Additionally, this site falls within the downtown transition zone, which is intended to create a mixed-use downtown transition zone, which encourages additional retail and higher density residential developments to be located within close proximity of the downtown, facilitating the outward growth of the downtown core. In the opinion of administration, this application aligns with the intent of the downtown transition zone and will continue to facilitate the outward growth of the downtown core. Council granted first reading to this bylaw during the regular council meeting on May 4th, 2020. No changes have been made since. Bylaw number 19/2020 and bylaw 17/2020 must be approved concurrently. Back to you, your worship, for questions.
Thank you very much, Natasha. Councilor Torreson.
Thank you, your worship. This one to me is a little bit more straightforward just in terms of the use and where it is in reference to commercial and things like that. But you know, the one area where I don't know if I can fully visualize is just the parking issues, how much on-property parking you can actually fit. So I'm just curious if there's any way prior to finishing this, there can be some kind of a sketch or something just to make sure that we're not adding a problem on there for that area.
That came up, Natasha, and I'm hoping you can answer that. And I think that the discussion, both the supporter indicated a number he had in mind of spots, and the neighbors, all three complaints or concerns going against this bylaw were around parking. So can you enlighten us a little bit of, based on what you know today, without a development permit, where would this fit?
Okay, so as long as council is kind of okay with me jumping back and forth between the two reports, is if this amendment to DC1 went through, according to our land use bylaw, DC1 must comply with the section 4.15 of the land use bylaw, which is the parking regulations. Within that section of the bylaw, of course, sorry, I just lost my. Within that section of the bylaw, that requires that the applicant provide 3.4 parking stalls per 100 meters squared of gross floor area within the building. Gross floor area is defined and removes areas such as storage areas, walkways, and mechanical areas. So mainly common areas and office areas. We did some rough calculations with the applicant because we haven't accepted a DP on his behalf. And we anticipate, based on that that requirement, that he would be having to provide 4 to 5 parking stalls. The one thing that could be noted on that is he would also have the ability to apply for the 15% variance to be applied. But since these lands are at the direct control and at the discretion of council, that variance application would be subject to council approval to approve or not approve.
Okay. Councilor Diachuk.
Yeah, I mean, and when I was just thinking of the complaints that were being raised by neighbors regarding parking, at times I had the sense that we're talking about parking on whatever the street that runs parallel to 50th or Avenue runs parallel. But in the end, they said the ambulances are going there, so they have to be parking on 36th Street. So I mean, so somehow they're the two parts to it. One is the parking an issue primarily on 36th and not on whatever the other one is, 49th? And the other part is around, I'm going to clear the bush, I'm going to make extra parking, I'm going to move my door. Like, there's a lot of I'm going to do that I heard today in the presentation. And so I don't know, is that if you give me the license or you give me the zoning, then I'm gonna go do it, then what is our ability to actually hold them to making those changes after the fact?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Diachak. So what would happen is after this bylaw amendment was approved, he would still have to come back to council for use approval, at which time he would provide a full site plan as well as anything else council asked for. From there, council would make a decision and could pose additional regulations on him. And then once we had an approved development permit, that would be our mechanism to hold him to it. I can compare this to recent amendments that have been made that have been within the downtown transition zone and that have applied for a development permit. Walking on Water on the other side of downtown was our most recent application, and she went through this very similar process. And once we had a DP, we were able to hold her to those parking requirements and whatnot that were imposed through that development permit regulation. We also did a rough calculation based on his the rear of his site, because this has to be off-street parking. He could, without including the garage, he could right now provide 5.9. So we'd round that to 5 parking stalls, and then 1 within the garage would be permitted as well. So as it sits today, he could at the rear provide easily 6 parking stalls.
So he doesn't have to knock any shrubs down or anything?
I can't speak for the landscaping because on the photos we look at, it's very hard to tell.
Okay, yeah,
but
gotcha.
Once we have an approved development permit, we would have the mechanism to hold him to completing that work.
Gotcha, thank you.
I see your hand, Councillor Fagnan, but did Councillor Baker, I believe you had your hand up first? Did you, Councillor?
Up, Your Worship.
Yes, you are.
I know that land very well. It's all R1 and R2. That whole block from 36th Street North to 41st and 49th West to Highway 17. That's all R1 and R2 property. And I know the land very well. Over the years, many people built a single family dwelling on those properties. And now we're suggesting there's nowhere else in town to go but to put a commercial business on the corner of their R1 single family or R2 duplex family housing, I think it is. I'm not sure of the zoning. I think that's what it is. Right on the corner of that lot. And he's moving 75 meters north. And that is about the worst corner in town. If you drive down there and watch the traffic, they're trying to turn left, they're trying to turn right, they're coming out of the 7-Eleven. It's just a dog's breakfast. And I think we're just asking for trouble because the people that are going to use this place aren't going to park in the back alley. They're going to park on 36th, the service road, whatever we call it. That's not 49th, that's the service road.
No, it's a service road, you're right, Councillor Baker.
Yeah, parallel to Highway 17. And that's the only where they could park. And if you don't put up no parking signs, you can bet people are going to park along 36th Street. So you're going to create more confusion. So how do you prevent that? Everyone needs to go and have a look if you hadn't had the opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Baker, Councillor Fagnan, and then Councillor Torson. Councillor Fagnan, go ahead.
So I as a matter of fact, with Mr. Spenrath, they do some insurance for us with our handy van or Border City Connects and Border City Express, and so we've got 8 units that are insured through there. And I've been in his place many times, and I can tell you quite honestly, I only remember one other time when there was somebody else when I was in there. I did go down to the site over the weekend and took a look at it. So there is ample parking on the service road just north of 36. I think what they're trying to do is, obviously, if they're going to be moving the door to the west side, that's what they're trying to do, is get folks into that, onto the west side and in the back alley. There's a 6-foot fence that's in the back alley, and I couldn't really tell. There is a lot of bush, so that's what he's talking about. He's going to be clearing the shrubs, the bush, and as Natasha says, could get 5 vehicles in there, no problem. So I take a look, and he's got 3 that he could go right on the service road. I think 3 vehicles would fit in there very nicely. And there's also beyond the alley to the north is just residential. So you know, there could be additional parking there, but I really don't think that there's going to be any amount of people that are going to be in that office, just from my past experience. And yeah, I just I don't see a problem with it at all. People do, you are able to park on 36. There's no parking signs, no parking signs there. And so, and I'm not sure if the residentials do. I don't recall seeing many vehicles on 36 there ever. I don't think people will be inclined on parking on 36. They'll go into the back alley or go onto the service road. That would be, you know, for they have 2 brokers. They've had 2 brokers there for the last 5 years, and it would be nice to get a third, as Frank says. But yeah, I don't see any, you know, that could be a little bit of pie in the sky as well. He's just saying that as far as, yeah, that's got some potential. But personally, I have no problem with that type of, it is in that transitional zone as well, and that's why we have these transitional zones. So, you know, I'm in favor of utilizing it from that aspect as well.
Councillor Torreson.
Yeah, so just 2 things. I just want to be clear. So is there another intervention, at least between now and the time that there's a development permit, that we see a site plan? That's the first question. Because you did say we could, but I'm just curious, is there within this process another spot where council will see a site plan prior to any approval?
From the planning side, it would be after this when the DP comes. The entire DP application, being that his application is direct control, would have to come to council. Okay. And then at that time, council can even ask for additional information before granting formal approval. The other thing I do want to allude to is that our bylaw, we talk about parking along 36th Street as well as the service road. Our bylaw is very clear that the parking provided by them is off-street parking. What we did with Walking on Water is we were able to engage in some friendly conversation, and she was willing to put up some signs that asked for patrons to specifically park in an area to take that burden off the residential areas. That conversation worked really well, and from a planning side, since those changes were implemented, the concerns we've received have been very minimal there.
Okay, thank you very much, Natasha. I think that answers that question. The only other question I have is, so let's say that in a hypothetical situation, Mr. Spenrath's business grows to 4 and they have to move in 2 years. When another business goes to go in there, would there have to be a separate process in case there is, you know, a larger volume of parking, traffic, things like that, if it's a different business altogether?
So since administration did recommend him going down the direct control route, every time a use approval changes or any type of approval on this site, it would be subject to coming back to council for approval. So direct controls can be a little bit onus on the applicant in that regard, but it allows council to maintain the control.
No, that's fine, and thank you. I think that's the part that's important, is that you know, it's not a letting the cat out of the bag kind of long-term permanent decision. You know, if there's a different business use that wants to go in there at a later date, there's still the controls that have to happen where it has to be an applicable use of that property to make sure that council's in favor of it going in there, and there's not something that's going to be, I don't know, higher volume or something like that that would maybe change someone's decision making in the future. So
correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Baker.
Your worship, we normally don't rezone land until we have a site plan and maybe figure out what people are going to do with it. The parking you're talking about, if they're going to access that on-site parking off 36th?
The parking that administration has been referring to off-street would be accessed from the rear lane.
Okay. Did anybody go and figure out how wide that alley is and whether you could even turn in and out? And he's only got 17 feet, and that doesn't meet code.
Well, I think that I'm not sure if you can address that, Natasha, or someone else from the city.
Yeah, I can't specifically answer that one myself. Generally not something we would look into. Again, also a previous standard on a lane width. We can't force him on this application to necessarily change that. We would have to ensure that cars could maneuver in and out there. But from the preliminary evaluation we did, we couldn't foresee an issue, but I can definitely have that flagged for potentially engineering to comment on a little further.
Your worship, usually what happens, people go and they curb and put an apron on the side lot, and then there's no parking at all along in front of the business. It's all parking apron. We've got some of those over in the south east part of the city where there's apartment blocks and there's no on-street parking because there's a continuous curb for a whole block so they can park off the street. You drive over there and have a look around. There's nowhere to park because they got one great big apron the length of the lot. When you do an industrial lot, they'll only give you a driveway so wide.
Right. Well, and again, I've driven by it numerous times, but not in the last day or two. No. I know that in front of residential parking is parked in front of the residences all along that, I guess, side road. Is that the proper term? I'm not even sure what the terminology is. The access road that's on those properties. That I'm not sure about exactly. Councillor Fagnan.
Sorry, I've had to change computers here. This my city issued one is causing some grief. So I've been off again for the last 5 or 6 minutes. So that would be that's classified as a service road, correct? If you're talking what's going parallel with 50th.
Yeah.
And so I was down, like I said, on the weekend. As far as backing out of that into the back alley, I see no problem with that at all. I wasn't quite sure where the gentleman was coming from there this afternoon, but yeah, it's there's certainly not an issue backing up. And all his neighbors face the same, face that same back alley. So I'm not quite sure where he came from. He's it just goes directly across, and it would be quite simple for most people backing out of there, unless perhaps you're an inexperienced driver. But overall, I think that as I mentioned previously, with the amount of, there's very seldom that there's any kind of traffic that's on that service road, and the amount of traffic that they're going to get is minimal. So that's just.
I just blew up the aerial photo provided in the package, and that's the actual aerial photo, and I'm counting 2 garages on that out of the 5 residences in that block. There's 2 garages, and 3, add 3 if you count the subject property, and 2 without garages is the way I see it right now from that perspective. If anybody wanted to blow that up a little bit more, it gives it a little more refinement. Natasha, I was going to ask, as we look at this, it shows, I'm looking at Schedule A, the colored, and Schedule B, I believe it is, or the plan. We show the pink further south as commercial. Is that's not DC1 or direct control, is it?
No, the commercial to the south is C2, highway commercial, okay. And the commercial to the west, which is the co-op, is C1 commercial.
Okay, what about directly across from the subject property?
Across 36th Street?
Yeah. Oh, that is the co-op, correct. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I got myself. And Kitty Corner, is that also C1?
South of 36th Street on both sides is C2.
C2, okay.
His initial application did come forward as a C1 amendment. Right. However, after the referral, that's where administration and some of the landowners did start to bring forward concerns. And we just believed we could mitigate a lot of the risk to the neighborhood as well as the city by taking on a DC1 approach instead. And that simply comes down to the grounds of things like the nightclubs and whatnot. If anybody brought forward a nightclub or a bar or a lounge, we would be able to say no to that.
Okay. Any other questions, Councilor Diachak?
Yeah, and I'm not sure how relevant it is, but I guess as I was looking at this, I'm thinking of the twinning of Highway 17, which, I mean, next year we're working on it, right? Haha. But you know, what impact is that, would that have on that neighborhood there as well, and on that side, that service road, and so, because where is that space for the other 2 lanes going to come from? Do you have an answer for that one, Natasha? Is that going to go, are we taking the, you know, the part of the highway on the Saskatchewan side, or are we going to take more from Alberta, or
Yeah. So I just got confirmation from engineering that this change would offer no issues with the couplet project.
Okay.
They also did confirm that the rear lane is 6.1 meters wide, which is sufficient there as well.
Okay. Because I guess that, and I appreciate that, Councilor Diachuk, because that intersection definitely needs work in due time. And I don't know when it's going to happen, but that was a very good question from that perspective. So from there. Any other questions or comments?
Your Worship, just to help you out.
Yes,
that,
Councilor.
That road at the 36th Street Highway 17, the giant design grades, I've looked at many of them over the years. We haven't got to building it yet, but that roadway cap drops about 1 meter.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that everything on the Saskatchewan side is down the meter. I think that's why we have to take it down the meter, Councillor. Is that what it looks like? Because I think everything on the Saskatchewan side is a 1 meter drop. That's one of the challenges there. Yeah. Any other questions or comments?
So planning just wanted to make one more comment in regards to the site plan that's been asked for by council. Realistically, again, at this stage, council can even ask for anything they want. However, it is relatively uncommon to ask for a site plan at this stage, and it also won't tie the developer of the site to anything. It's nothing more than a conceptual rendering to kind of satisfy some of the interim questions. Once the DP comes forward and a site plan is brought forward, then that's where administration will actually have the teeth and the ability to hold the developer to some form of development.
So what I'm hearing you say, Natasha, and if I can summarize this, by moving this to DC1 does not permit, it does not guarantee anything to change. It's what we're doing is zoning change that would permit an application to come forward for another further review if after these 2 bylaws. Is that
correct?
Okay.
Is it DC1 or direct control, right?
It's direct control 1, which abbreviation is DC1 within our bylaw.
Yeah, I got it.
All right. Any further discussion on bylaw number 19-2020? I'll look for a direction from council. Councilor Diachuk. Oh, we'll get you turned on. There you are, Councilor Diachuk.
All right, thank you very much. Move that council grant second reading to bylaw number 19-2020, being a bylaw to amend all of lot 16, block 5, plan number 66B03398 within the northeast quarter, section 34, township 49, range 28, west of the 3rd meridian on map 2, future land use concept and municipal development plan bylaw number 01-213 from residential to commercial.
Thank you. Seconder of that motion? Councillor Fagnan, gotcha. Thank you very much.
So just a quick question on it, because I know we're talking about DC1, and yet we don't mention that in the motion. Natasha, is that?
So the DC1, the first bylaw that went through was to amend the MDP from residential to commercial, and then the subsequent bylaw will put into place the DC1.
Okay.
All right. City Manager, is that were you going to answer that? Thank you. Okay, I saw your hand. Any further discussion? Not seeing any, I'll call for the question. All in favor?
Councillor Fagnan did have his hand up for further discussion.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to confirm as well that that is in a downtown transitional zone.
This is within an overlay district within our MDP, which identifies these lands within the downtown transition zone, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry
about that. Yep.
Councillor. Your background is so catching my attention there, so it's good. All in favor, please raise your hand.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Opposed, carried.
All right.
Direction.
You want me to keep going?
Go ahead, Councillor.
I'll move that council grant third and final reading to bylaw number 19-2020, being a bylaw to amend all of lot 16, block 5, plan number 66B03398 within the northeast quarter section 34, township 49, range 28, west of the 3rd on map 2, future land use concept and municipal development plan bylaw number 01-213 from the residential to commercial.
Thank you. Seconder? Councillor Monroe, thank you very much. Any further discussion before I call for the question? Not seeing any. All in favor, please raise your hand.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Opposed? Carried. All right. Natasha, I think you can carry on, and you've kind of gave us a lot of preamble to the next one, so please carry on.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're here to ask council to grant second and third reading to bylaw number 17-2020, being a bylaw to amend the land use bylaw 5-2016 of the subject lands from R1 single detached residential to DC1 direct control 1 district. This goes hand in hand with the previous bylaw in order to facilitate the development of an office on the lands described. This application was received in April 2020, and we did start the 21-day referral period. During those referral comments, we did receive one concern from an adjacent landowner, which specifically had concerns in regards to on-street parking. Like we had discussion about previously, our bylaw doesn't necessarily speak to on-street parking, yet it forces the developers to provide off-street parking in accordance with section 4.15 of the land use bylaw. Additional further to that review, his initial application brought forward an amendment to the C1 district. Like I also previously stated, administration had some concerns there about potentially posing impacts on adjacent property owners, and therefore we engaged in the discussion with him to amend his application to DC1. Under this direct control, the applicant will be required to make a discretionary use application to council, which can then be refused or approved at the development stage development permit stage with or without conditions opposed by council. Therefore, the applicant will be able to proceed with his initial plan, but council has the tools in place to mitigate the concerns of the adjacent property owners. Additionally, the only thing we hadn't had discussion about is the setbacks. As for the setbacks of this property today, we can only assume that the property was developed in conformance with the setbacks of the day. In current residential districts, the setback at the rear, when it abuts a lane, the garage door is suggested to be 6 meters, but a variance can be applied, allowing that to be of 5.1 meters. Again, since this is direct control, going forward, all setbacks will be at the discretion of council. Lastly, bylaw number 19-2020 received first reading during the regular council meeting on May 4th, 2020. No changes have occurred since. A public hearing occurred earlier in today's meeting. Bylaw number 19 and 17-2020 must be approved concurrently. Following the approval of these two bylaws, the applicant will be required to obtain a development permit, which will be required to be brought back to council for approval. Back to you, Your Worship, for questions.
Thank you. With that development permit, if I could start the questions, Natasha, will there be notice given to the neighbors of that development permit, being that it's DC1 if this goes forward?
Generally, let me just quickly, direct control 1. Office is a discretionary use, so yes, we would send out notices in conformance with our discretionary use policy.
Okay, so terrific. Thank you. Because for me, that's very important. We've heard from the neighbors, and I understand their concerns based on what the development permit looks like and the parking and the example that was discussed earlier of another business in that transitional area. I haven't had any complaints. Now, does that mean there won't be complaints in the future? There's always that possibility, but certainly I'd like to see what's being proposed to mitigate from that perspective, and certainly the requirements put on the property owner when the application comes forward by planning as a suggestion from the DC1 and where it would go from there. So I appreciate that. Any other comments? Not seeing any. I'll call for the direction from council on bylaw number 17-2020. Councillor Diachak. Oh, we'll get you. You're still muted, Counselor. 1 second. Technology is a wonder. There you are, Counselor.
Geez. All right, let's start that again. Move that council grant second reading to bylaw number 17-2020 being a bylaw to amend all of lot 16, block 5, plan number 66B03398 within the northeast quarter section 34, township 49, range 28, west of the third meridian on land use map, being part 4 of bylaw number 5-2016 from single detached R1 residential district to direct control BC1 district.
Thank you. Seconder, Counselor Torreson. Any further discussion before I call for the question? Not seeing any. All in favor?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Opposed? Carried. Counselor Diachuk, if you'd be so kind.
I love it. Move that council grant third and final reading for bylaw number 17-2020, being a bylaw to amend all of lot 16, block 5, plan number 66B03398 within the northeast quarter section 34, township 49, range 28, west of the third meridian on land use map, being part 4 of bylaw number 5-2016 from single detached R1 residential district to direct control BC1 district.
Thank you, Counselor. Looking for a seconder. Counselor Torreson. Any further discussion before I call for the question? Not seeing any discussion. All in favor?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you for working through us with us through this afternoon on several interesting items brought before council.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Moving on to the agenda of Mayor and Council reports. I'll try and keep it quick. I have an attached report for the last almost 2 months. A lot of the report contains a lot of conference calls. That has seemed to be the main focus of communication these days, as we know with COVID. We've talked a lot about it already. Numerous discussions. I'll leave it to council's reading and public's reading because I'm not going to go through it. I just know there's been a pile of time spent in front of the computer having discussions. So the information is presented as such. Certainly, I'm open to any other council reports from councilors that if there's anything they'd like to report. Councilor Diachuk.
Yeah, real quick, just and I should have just forwarded the email from over from Pioneer Lodge, but I'm really pleased to see that the 4 of the cases have recovered and 2 are on the way to recovering. So that's good news from our perspective in the community. And I think, again, kudos out to the staff. One of the pieces that has just been put into place is we've added a nurse onto the Pioneer Lodge floor at additional cost to the lodge. But what we're finding is that many of the residents there are demonstrating some symptoms which aren't typical of what we would associate with COVID. So people are getting some hallucinations, dizziness, urinary tract infections. And so there's a whole long list. And so the nurse is being brought in to really do a better job of creating baseline data on all the individuals that are there and just monitoring their behavior, because quite often with the home care people that come in as healthcare workers, it might be a different 2 or 3 people coming in on a different basis. And it's not that they're not doing a good job, but it's just different people and wanting to see that consistency around some of those changes if they're happening. So the board was pleased, we supported it. And I think it's important to know in the community that our seniors at the lodge are being looked after really, really well. The rooms are being cleaned twice a day and all these precautions are in there. And I just, I'm so happy that, we haven't had any deaths related to COVID come out of the lodge. And I think, again, kudos to Joy and the staff that work there.
Thank you, Councillor. I think that's kudos to every healthcare professional in our community, because the Lodge, the Hemstock, the Hearthstone, the Jubilee, the Lloyd Continuing Care Facility, as well as the hospital, have all rose up to ensure the patient's care is top notch and looked after the best of their abilities. Anyone else have any other comments? At this time, is there any other matters that this council needs to deal with? Not seeing any, I will ask for
Your Worship, you'll figure out when we can meet to talk about this Park Colony issue.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe that we do need a short in camera after I'm done the media, City Manager. Yeah. So I'll look for inquiries from the media.
Thank you, Your Worship. And today we have interview requests for yourself, Mayor Gerald Albers.
All right. And we'll be able to pick that up in about 2 minutes, I hope, Eric, or very shortly, 3 minutes. All right, I
With the
look
usual
for
conference call.
motion to recess.
Motion to recess.
I got Councillor Diachuk, Councillor Buckingham. I'll take the seconder on that. He was out the gun before he should have, but that's good. Motioned and seconded by Councillor Buckingham. All in favor?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you.
So we're
Thanks
picking that up in teams, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.